Part keep forgetting I'm getting older, but when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't ever last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't ever last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Before we know it, we'll all be long gone. It's a burden that we share. Maybe we're better off in the long run, but right now it seems so damn unfair. I wanna know what forever feels like, if it's a paradise or a hell. So can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't ever last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't ever last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. It's never running out of
Third time I forgot to turn on the mic.
Hey there, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think I might have been able to get my ATR fixed. So hop in your airplane. It's time to go flying. welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. Okay, yeah, it's been quite a while since I've been able to fly the ATR. It just has not worked for me at all. Hasn't worked at all. And so yesterday I figured, all right, I'm going to go and jump in. It's a day off, right? Going to jump in and try and fix the airplane. So I started it all up and said, let's just jump into the airplane and see if it still doesn't work. And it worked. I didn't do a thing. So sort of like, oh, okay, that makes me feel really, really good that, you know, I didn't do anything. And now all of a sudden it's working. So, you know, you kind of want to know, you know, what's kind of screwed up with the system, you know, why it isn't working and stuff like that. And apparently, I don't know what I did, but it's working. So there we go. Theory about this is what's called, this is one of those airplanes that comes with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, right? Okay. So, got to tell you that this is an airplane that streams down. I don't think you download it. It streams. So maybe there was a problem with my original install and it got updated. I'm not sure. But anyway, it does seem to be working. Hey, Wobby, good to see you. Daniel's here. T-Bird, thank you for bringing the fun emotes today. Hello, Andre. Yeah, it is working. Keith, welcome in from Liverpool. I always tell you that, you know, I see Liverpool in there and think, yeah, the home of Western approaches, and one of my favorite stories from World War II. But yeah, welcome on in, Tim Dog. Welcome to your world. Oh, your world, things just magically fix themselves? It was like a swish and flick. I'm not sure, but it did. AI Creations, you did a Dublin Dave Aer Lingus flight? You work in IT. I show up and suddenly it works. That's true. That's true. There were times back at work when I was doing stuff, you know, you call engineering and stuff, you know, with some sort of a problem. Engineers would walk in and it magically fixed itself. And of course, you know, the engineers look like, yeah, you pathetic anchor. What do you know? So, I mean, hey, Mr. Jazz, thanks for coming in. We are jazzy today. That's right. That's the worst part. I have no idea. So now that we got the live stream going, who knows? It might be, I don't know if it's going to be working again. Apparently, there's been some problems with VATSIM, so audio, but they say you may, excuse me, need to reconnect or something. Haven't touched it since 2020, and you need to remap your controls. I don't really do a lot of remapping, but I think it was working. Flying Winnebago also works in IT. So yeah, IT, engineering, those are the places where, IT has arrived. It now works. So there we go. Thank you for coming in today. I've got Newcastle to Dublin, and then maybe Fort Lauderdale to Key West in a Silver Airways. That's that little prop liner, Caribbean airline in Florida and stuff that doesn't work. It isn't flying anymore. I thought that would be nice to bring out the big old, you know, airline with a big flamingo on the tail, right? Hey, Cracker, welcome aboard. Let's go do some Irish flying here. There was ATC. I think ATC just popped offline. So let's go ahead and just pop into the flight and give it a shot. This is cold and dark for me, okay? So cold and dark, everything is off. This airplane does have a control lock. So the controls will not move when you move your controllers. But if you want to, you could remove the control lock and everything will move and then put it back on. So you just want to check your USBs. Loviz did a Mobi flight profile for your FMC, and it now works with the MD-11. Ooh. Now that's something I kind of go for. That would be nice to have for the MD-11 now that I'm taking it on VATSIM events, because I mean the MD-11 works great these days now. Guten Abend, Himyam. Welcome aboard, Boxnator. Which ATR? This is the one this is the Asobo. This is like I guess like a default airplane now. Okay, so this is basically we're cold and dark here, right? I've got the flight plan in. There's already one at flightsim.to for the McDo, which is also available. Oh, really? I'm afraid that I look at my McDo so much, I don't know that I'd be very good at punching the buttons that don't match the buttons. So to get this, we import the flight plan. That's the first thing to do. So we've got our flight plan in, and that looks really, really good. Now then, at this point, you can go and turn on the airplane. So aircraft, and we've got chocks on. Let's get ground power. There's 2. I have DC ground power. We're gonna open up the tail prop, the main door, and the cargo door. Okay, so that opens up our main doors there for this airplane. And by the way, if you really, the buttons line up okay? Oh, wow. Then I'm maybe, even the fact that I used to have blonde hair and stuff like that, I wouldn't get too confused. So that's kind of the good thing, right? All right, turning on the airplane. Oh, and as about to mention, if you're really interested in this little ATR, the ATR airplane, there is a real-world ATR pilot named Magnar Nodal. Magnar's channel is Fly with Magnar, M-A-G-N-A-R. And Magnar is a real-world ATR captain and a real-world ATR flight instructor, and has done a series of 3 videos on the simulated airplane. Does a lot of videos about the real airplane that are pretty fascinating, but Fly with Magnar is a really good channel if you want to learn all about the ATR. So first things first, we're going to go turn on the battery. There's 2 battery switches. You don't want to unguard it. It just goes to on. And when that goes to on, you're going to see the MFC multifunction computer lights flash at you. That's one of the things that you kind of look at down there. Come on down here, we'll do nav and logo lights. We got ground power. Let's pop in ground power. And the airplane comes on, turns itself on. Big old T's on the monitors in front of you there. And that basically comes in there. Thank you, Loviz. I'm probably going to be coughing an awful lot today. I don't know why. It's actually not so bad out there. It's 50 degrees out there. Maybe I just don't have it warm enough. The air isn't warm enough here in SPY HQ. So these things will slowly pop on. While they're popping on, you can come down here, and there are some lights. I usually kick these to bright. These are the backlighting, so you can read things a little bit easier. Paul is here and Roddy is here. Welcome, welcome. Idle Fury just did a resub. And I think before we got the live stream started, Kodak Bear did a resub, and Kodak Bear has been here for 2 months. Thank you, Kodak Bear. Sorry I missed that. And Idle Fury has been here for 44 months. Thank you for 44 months of great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. I should attempt to turn on my alerts. Let's see if I can turn those on. So there we go. Alerts should now be on. Okay, so now we've got those things on. Let's come on up here, and we're going to turn off some of the white buttons here. Saeed, welcome back in on YouTube. Hi, Saeed. Thanks for coming in today. So the first things we're going to do, windshield heaters and oxygen, because I guess, you know, breathing is good. We need to arm the emergency exit lights, and that's pretty much it. That's the startup for all of that. We're going to go ahead and turn off the flashing little sign there, and there we go. I've done 2 flights in this now, and you can come over here and you can go flight plan. You see over here, you can set the flight plan. I did that once, and it didn't work out so well on the flight. Let's see. Just pops you up, makes you want to go to the gym. Diamond Mike, I try to keep it fun. You know, especially the music getting started. So yeah, you know, there's actually really good music available over on Epidemic Sound, which is where I get the music. So yeah, breathing is good. I don't know why. So anyway, I don't do set the flight plan on this one. It doesn't work out so well. Okay, come on down here, and we'll go down and hit FMS. Now, here's the thing. It says that it's the standard data, 20 August of 2014, or August 14th of 2020. I don't know what. I've gone and I've updated my nav data, but it doesn't show up here. So you may run into a nav data thing. I don't know. Let's do the init page, and let's come on over here. Now, Magnar, I'm following the startup process that the real airline pilot does with this airplane. And step number 1 is your weight. You see, we don't have any weight in the airplane right now. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome, welcome. So load the airplane. How do we do that? Well, we can go to payload, and we could go load the aircraft like this, and you could do 0 fuel weight and fuel. So my 0 fuel weight for today's flight should be 19,332. 19,332, and that's our fuel. Now we'll come down and do fuel. That's 0 fuel weight. You could also do fuel weight, which is going to be 2231. So 2231. And then I go and I click these, just click in and out of the boxes a little bit to set them in there. And then at that point in time, I would do start loading. And that should load the airplane for you. And now if we go back over here to the flight plan page, you check your 0 fuel weight. It should be 19,002. That's not 100% right. And ramp fuel should be 2231. That's correct. 19,002. That doesn't seem right. What did we say over here for our 0 fuel weight? Let's go back to load the airplane. I said 19,353. This should be 19,332. 32. And I don't know how we do that. So reload and close, and let's see. So these are some things where the numbers are not working out. And now our 0 fuel weight still 19.02. So I don't know what's going on with that. Do you have the startup process in writing that I can share? I have a little bit of it. Mostly I spent yesterday afternoon watching Magnar. Hi, Hermit Something. Welcome aboard. 0 fuel weight is everything but the fuel. Everything but the fuel. Because the fuel is going to change quite a bit when you're flying along, right? You know, your passengers aren't going to lose weight, you know, unless you start kicking them out the airplane or something. So everything else, including, you know, the amount of coffee. So all of that's kind of the way that is. So now we could also go set fuel this way and set payload this way. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what the best way is to do. But if you come down here, now it says our 0 fuel weight is 19,352. Fuel on board is 2363. That's about as close as we're going to get. I'm going to verify it over here. 2360 is fuel on board there. Gross weight, I don't bother with that, but you do have to take your reserve. And I'm choosing for reserve to be final reserve and alternate, which is 882. You have to put that in manually. 882 is our reserves. Hi, High Priest Medea. Hi, welcome aboard. I like it until you try. I actually got it to follow a VNAV path on my descent today, though, Ruben. I don't know what I did right or wrong. There you go. So this should be good as far as weight. So that's the first step. Then performance init. So cruise altitude today is 220, 22123, 22,000 feet, which is a little bit rough with this airplane. This airplane doesn't handle a high cruise altitude very well. The little one does. This one takes a while to get there. EINN is our alternate. So EINN / and if we have to go, it's 22,000 feet is our alternate and our cruise alternate. Now, when you click that in there, sometimes it takes a while for it to show up. Okay? So now that we've done that, we've gone and done weight and performance, and now we do F-plan init. And then come over here and do route. Be very careful with the route right now. Be very careful with the route. I think it can still get confused. Wabi, yeah, I think it's like the, and Loviz is here. Loviz would probably know for sure. Is this a universal? The universal flight management computer. It's an awful lot like that, Ruben. Wabi. Okay, so our flight is EIN, and our flight number is 441. Put that in there. Loviz says no, so it isn't. Go with what Loviz says. So Loviz is right. All right, we are at Newcastle, EGNT, EGNT / and we're going to Dublin. So this is kind of like a beer run. So we start off where they make used to make Newcastle, and we're going to where they make Guinness. It's a beer run, sort of. And we're going to EIDW. EIDW. EGNT, EIDW, and enter. Click it once, let it sit and think. Let's see. Anton Maximus, welcome aboard. Javid, welcome to you. Anton Maximus, you were the EasyJet next door. Did you already depart the scene of the crime? Okay. Loviz says no. The Universal is much easier than this thing. Okay. I don't know. I'm actually kind of wrapping my head around this a little bit more. So this is where I ran into trouble last time when I tried to import the flight plan and then go and do departure and arrival. I couldn't get that working. So this is why I'm building it up from scratch. So EGNT, our runway is 007. It's the Gurley 1 Tango departure and execute. After Gurley, now this is where it gets really, really weird. Anton is going Belfast. Happy landings in Belfast. Javid, I hope I said hi to you when you came in. Welcome. So after this, now our flight plan's a little weird. So our flight plan, it's not weird, but in this case, we have airways between every waypoint here. Man, stop it. Okay, P18, hi Ministry, Senor Tomas, welcome. So we have airways. So this is a little bit different than just plug in waypoints. So you have to pick the last waypoint, which is Gurley. And we're going to start doing airways. And we're going to be in the Papa 18 airway. And then click exit. And we're going to exit at Gasco. After Gasco, we're going to be on the Papa 16 airway. So click airway, Papa 16. And then your exit point here is going to be Croft. And then if you don't see it there, go to your next page and look, there's Croft right there. And then we have another airway, the Yankee 70. So airway, Yankee 70. And we're going to exit at Colid, Croft to Colid. And after Colid, we got another airway. It's the Lima 70. The Lima 70. And we're exiting that one at Bagso. This is a real unusual way of popping this in here, but it does seems to work. So execute that and return and return. And now you see now all of a sudden we got 5 pages of flight plan in there with all of our airways that we've gone and done, which is really pretty weird. This is unusual. Hi, Danny VDW. And Mountain Man's here too. Hi, Mountain Man. Good to see you. Danny, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. So after this, we go and do EIDW. Just check they are still arriving on the ILS 10 left in the real world, no ATC. It's the Bagso 3 Romeo arrival, and we're coming in via IFBAP. And so now that we've got that, we can pop that in.
Welcome aboard,
and there we go.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Second flight in the FS Labs Neo update today. It's handling like a dream, and performance is great. I found out about that earlier today. So one of the things I'll do is I've deleted the FS Labs for now. But next few days, I will go and download it and take it on a flight offline and see if I've got any kind of decent performance. And if I do, then we can fly the FS Labs. Revs Up Reyes. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the follow. And to me, Roscoe, welcome back to you. All right, all of this looks good. So all of our numbers are great. Let's go to performance. Let's see, transition here. There was ATC earlier. Transition level is 80. So 8,000 feet is 8,000. Next page. The Whale sounds great in the Pratt & Whitneys. Oh, really? Did you upgrade the Aviator edition? I think maybe... Oh, maybe that's the one big reason to get the Aviator then, Senor Tomas. Because I do have the Aviator edition, and I always like to say I should have gotten the one below it, but maybe to get the ATR, you have to have the Aviator. Maybe that's it. Wheelchair Gamer is at the lunchroom in college. Hey! Let's see. Rotherham Bob Gaming, thank you for being a subscriber on YouTube. How's lunch today, Wheelchair Gamer? What's for lunch? Okay, average winds for today's flight, also known as mean winds in this airplane, are 132 at 22 knots. 132 at 22 knots. Okay, so that all looks good. Don't need to worry about anything else. And then our last page, transition level going in, I believe, was 6,000 feet earlier today. And that looks great too. Previous, and there's our speeds for departure. Okay, actually, Tim Dog says maybe not. The ATR should transfer without the Aviator edition if you had it in 2020. So that's really cool. Okay, now we got to do hotel mode. So what we do is come down here, make sure our throttles are idle and our condition levers are off. To fuel cutoff, we're going to hit the hydraulic fuel pump. So we need 30 seconds, we need a little hydraulic pressure and there isn't. So what we do is click this button and that gives us 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure. To which point we can come up here to the prop brake and turn on the prop brake. And then when you do that, you also turn on the wing lights. That lets everybody on the ground know that you're about ready to start the engine on the right wing, but the Assassin's Creed swords on the front of the wing aren't supposed to start spinning. Keith, yeah, I usually almost always fly real world weather and real world time. That's hotel mode. It's worked 2 times for me, Ruben. So it's worked 2 times for me. Okay, so let's go to the aircraft. I'm ready to go and close the big cargo door. Ooh, we got a Ryanair over on the other side. Okay, so all of this is looking good. Let's come on down here. And max flight level. I don't know. This is not the checklist I wanted. Final cockpit preparations. Okay, parking brake is on. Altimeters are not set. We can go to the flight plan page and see that our altimeters are 0991. So 0991 over here. 0991 is our altimeter. Initial climb clearance here is going to be 6,000 feet. 4, 5, and of course these are ridiculously small numbers to read here. Not just really small, ridiculously small. Assassin's Creed swords, that's what, yeah. I mean, seriously, those look, you know, Eva and Cassandra would be hacking and slashing with these all over the place, right? Fadeso, welcome back to you. Okay, so all of this looks good. And then runway heading for departure, you will need charts. 066 degrees. This does not have a built-in charts at. So 066 is charts. .066. Okay, we got all that set. So altimeters are checked and set. Landing elevation is supposed to be automatic, I believe. I think it's supposed to be automatic, and so it sets itself there. Landing elevation, FMS comms, and nav. I don't know that there's a squawk, so let's just go ahead and squawk 2000. and enter that. Let's also go to 122800 and pop that in, and that's good. So comms, I think, are as good as it's going to be. Fuel quantity and fuel on board, 2.3. That's about right. Engine fuel used, reset. Okay, so engine fuel used. There we go. Reset fuel used and confirm our takeoff data. That looks good. Still remembering which buttons. Memo panel is clear. Power management is good. Let's go ahead and pop this in. So starter A and B for the first flight of the day. Fuel pump number 2. Fuel pump number 2. And start. Starter goes on. The NH percent goes up at 10%. You go and go to feather. And that should be starting this back engine, the right engine. Let's see. Hermit, I used to fly real time and weather after work, but I ended up flying in Australia. Daytime GA flying. You could change it. I just generally always leave mine. I just always leave mine like this. It is a hard plane to fly. Okay, so now that we've got that going on, we can go ahead and go start her off. And ground power disconnect. We're now on engine number 2. Go to aircraft. DC power is off. And everything appears to be right. Let's come on down here to surveillance. I'm going to go and start squawking mode Charlie. Let's turn on the KD Pilot app so we can talk on the radio. Okay, that got really loud with the KD Pilot app. That's weird. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go close our doors. It's time to depart. Bring the tail prop aboard. Close the back door. Check your parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. Wheel chocks are gone. And we're going to get off of that page right now. Roddy got the 777-200. The 777 is a lot of fun. A lot of folks like that one. Okay, seatbelts on. Devices on. Let's go beacon on. Anybody behind me? There is 2 Ryanairs, and that's about it. Shall we get out of here? Let's see if GSX will push us back. GSX.
You need to stop the engines to request ground services.
Okay, that's right. It
You need
shows.
to stop the engines to request ground services.
All right, we'll turn off GSX and we'll use. That's right. This one still registers the fact that we've got. And I have a feeling.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted. Agent loyalty noted.
Yeah. So I did finally update a couple of drivers, and it's messed up my levels here. Okay, so let's turn the airplane back to what it usually is, and I have to redefine some stuff. ALX, thank you, AL, for a resub. Thank you for 9 months of really great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. The biz jets are always going to take a little bit more setup. They're always going to take a little bit more to set up. Let's just use pushback helper. Hi, Chris. Almost ready to go. let's connect the tug. And in this case, they use a sled. I would look at, well, there's an awful lot of folks that really like the Citation 10. There's a lot of folks that like the Citation 10. Parking brakes off. Let's just do a straight push. Captain Chris, I have no idea how I fixed it. I started it the other day. And all of a sudden it works. Go figure. No idea.
Subscriber
Quasar
confirmed.
Core is back with a
Top
resub, and
clearance
Quasar
granted,
Core has
agent.
been here for
Loyalty
53
noted.
months. Hey, Quasar Core, thank you for a 53-month resub and really great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for being here. Have a one. Thank you so much. Good luck, Shotless. Captain Chris, it's working pretty good. The Citation 10. All right, let's go ahead and start an engine. So before start propeller rotation, CDLS, cockpit door locking system, flight sim takeoff data is aboard. Trims are not set. Apparently they want us to set the trims first. And just set her up the trim in the little purple zone. Tail prop is on board, doors are closed, seat belts bacon, and we're ready to go. Let's start it. All right, here comes another 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure, and turn off the prop brake and look outside, and now you can see we have propellers spinning. Props are spinning. Another $20 to update the PMDG 900. Well, Mountain Man, you know, that's like what? A couple of cups of coffee, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right, then after you get that started, condition lever to run. Major Tom is back. Hi, Major Tom. Micro Center. You're going to get a PC. Briefly tell you. All right, Major Tom, you're on YouTube. You're on Twitch. So, Major Tom, can you look down a little bit in the chat and see the I've got all the specs posted right below the video window in chat. Starting engine number. And then this N2 is going up. Make sure that oh, you're driving. You're driving. Okay. Okay, let's see. To help you out, sadly, I don't have all of that committed to memory. Hang on. All right, I'm pasting it in for you. There you go, Major Tom. I'm pasting it in. All right, there you go. Oh, somebody also did. Kevin, thank you for pasting it in there. All right, and let's get that up there. Starter back to normal. Probe heaters on. Flaps. And I think we're almost ready to go. Before taxi checklist. FWS, cockpit comm hatch. I did not remember the true. There we go. True. Anti-skid, flaps, NWS work golden. Let's go. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for taxi here. And I missed a ton of chat in there. Let me catch up here. All right, this is good. This is good. Taxi light on. Wing lights are off. Let's go. Parking brakes off. Control lock is off. Newcastle traffic. There is an Aer Lingus ATR just pushed and started from stand 5. Taxi looks like Alpha 1 to runway 007. Newcastle. I don't hear anybody. Oh, that was my turn. It is very foggy here. Be ready for engine anti-ice. Okay, make sure I'm not cutting anybody off. Newcastle traffic. Shamrock 441 and ATR taking off runway 007. Newcastle. Anti-ice going on. Strobes on. One look over there, make sure nobody's coming. I don't see anybody. I'm gonna go ahead and arm nav. Are we ready to go? The airplane doesn't just roll around a lot. You do have to kind of coax it along. Let's go. Up, hang on. Lights. Yeah, my system specs are really pretty old. I would definitely use mine as a baseline and go up from there, please. Gear. Flaps.
Don't sing.
AP. Good.
Too low terrain.
IS climb. Hey, Cole Carey, welcome aboard. NTS 12. DTO. NTS 12. Execute. That starts our turn. Newcastle traffic. Shamrock 441 clear of runway 007. Happy landings. Newcastle. Man, I can't remember anything today. Now this is going to kind of swish back and forth over the magenta line a bit. Very upset about the speed at the moment. It's upset about icing. We've got all the anti-ice on. There's ice here today. All over the UK. Hi, Canadian Bear. So you can see we got everything there. We'll do taxi and takeoff lights to off. And this thing just kind of goes back and forth over the line. It gets a little bit annoying. And you can solve it by just syncing your heading and then taking over the heading and then redoing it. Cole Carey says there's 3 ATRs in the fleet. I'm missing a little chat. Sorry. This is one of those airplanes that will keep you busy on your departure. And then on the departure, it's 6,000 feet. Don't go over that. We're above 4,000 at this one. Now let's go ahead and do our turn. Just do it manually. And now we're direct to Gurley. Next altitude is 8,000 feet. And then you'll need to redo. Yeah, the target speed will go back down now for the climb. Not really an auto throttle. Not really an auto throttle. All right, that looks pretty good. We're kind of settled down. Let's try another DTO, direct to. And we're going to go direct to Gurley this time. And after Gurley, then we should be able to turn it into nav. And it's going to stop fishtailing over the little magenta line. Our climb is going pretty good. 8,000 at Gurley, according to the SID. And that's to protect departing aircraft and arriving aircraft. So between 4,000 and 8,000, with 8,000 a hard altitude at Gurley. Unless, you know, ATC is there and says, hey, you can go up there. Hey, Bluefish, yeah, we are in the ATR. I finally got it working. Shotless is going to the dentist. Happy landings. Now we're going to go ahead and manually take the throttles and stop us at about 210 on the speed here. And this is just sort of like a lot of the other airplanes that we have. That you manually control your throttles. It's kind of a little dance the whole time. There we go. About 206 is about as good as it's going to get right now. Happy almost Friday, Keltho. All right, all of this looks good. And continue at 8,000 feet. We have an airplane kind of coming right at us. High airplane coming right at us. Okay, they're going over there. And after that, we can continue our climb to flight level 22, or is it 210? Looks like let's let it go to 210. The autopilot is a little bit different. It's not like a Boeing or an Airbus. So this is definitely different. The deal is, though, is the airplane is really super duper complete. Okay, 21,000 feet. I don't see any airplanes ahead of us, so let's do IAS climb. And now what we're going to do is we'll let it manage the climb. Jerry is back in chat. So you see it's reducing our speed and up we go. Transition here was 8,000 feet, so hit the baro set button to standard. Good knob and Ben. Thanks for coming in today. There was an airline in the United States until recently called Silver Airways, and Silver Airways used to fly ATRs all over the place. And Silver Airways, I guess they just went out of business recently, and but they had ATRs everywhere, and they would fly all over Florida and the Caribbean. So next flight could be in the ATR from Fort Lauderdale down to Key West. Reset the heading bug. And there's 8,000 at Gurley. And then I'll usually go ahead and take control from auto to manual and increase my speed to like 170 in the climb. Because there's jets out there. Landing lights can go off. Devices can go off. Benji's flying with us today. Benji, you were one of those Ryanairs on the ground? And direct to Tilney now. We've got a little bit of wind blowing us around. Set that heading bug there. And taxi checklist. Well, we kind of blew that off, didn't we? We kind of blew off all of that. Before takeoff, we did that. Gust lock, we did that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the air. I think we got that checklist done too. After takeoff checklist, landing gear is up. Flaps are 0. Power management. Let's go to climb. Engine bleeds. Taxi takeoff lights. Altimeters. Checklist is good. This is a good airplane to use your the electronic checklists. Silver Airways used to do Tampa to Nassau. Yeah, Cole Carey, we could take the ATR, do several ATR hops today around there. I figured this would be a really good Newcastle to Guinness run. And out we go there. Over here we can go to progress. And it says we'll be landing at 2004 Zulu. We have 265 miles to go. Let's see. Roddy's going to Vegas right now. I don't know. I don't think I remember a lot of airlines that use this going into Vegas. I know, Wabi. What's checklist, right? Yeah, what's a checklist? I think Loviz was lives in Florida, was a passenger on Silver once or twice. I think one of the jets is about ready to go over us. You can see we've got icing over here, so I forgot to turn on some other icing here. I forgot to turn on the side windows, so you can see my side windows have iced up a little bit. Daniel is on YouTube. Hi, Daniel. I know that we've got Frankfurt. Haven't really figured out where we're going to go from Frankfurt. or fly into Frankfurt or out of Frankfurt. Usually flying into Frankfurt is always a challenge. There's a couple of events coming up. We've got 500 minutes in Daytona on Sunday.
New recruits detected.
Curly just hit follow.
Welcome
Thanks
aboard,
for the follow,
Agent.
Curly.
Stay sharp.
And there's UVAV. I didn't hear anybody. I didn't hear anybody doing the radio today. Chris wants to do a Winter Olympics flight. May need to bring this down. This, as you can see, does not climb like a banshee. And the jet's already passed us, so let's go ahead and come on down there. On the speed there a little bit. Well, we got this going again. I don't know why it was broken, but apparently it works now, so there we go. Cabin's okay. It's a little dark. Seatbelt signs work in the cabin. I mean, that's what matters, right? I don't think the toilet's flush. I don't think the toilet's flush. Diamond has picked up the PMDG 777. You spent $300? How do you spend $300 on that? I mean, did you get a bunch of other things that I don't know about? Or did you get some new things? Reducing my target speed here down just so we can keep climbing. The shorter version of this, so we have a long version and a short version. And the long version carries more passengers, more weight, but it doesn't climb very fast. This is not a performance machine. Oh, and another safety tip about the long version of this airplane, by the way, it tail strikes. You can do a tail strike with the long one very, very easily. So you want to be very careful about rotating. I know, Danny VDW, I don't know what I did to make it work, but it does. So it's good to have the ATR back. The current time is 18:54 Zulu. Still says we're landing at 20:07. This is not a speed demon. It really is not a speed demon. You can also do takeoff data and run takeoff data with this airplane, which is kind of cool. I didn't do that this time. I'm still not sure that I did the payload correctly on this airplane either. And we can go and get a METAR for Dublin. But yeah, I mean, I just started it up. So my guess is since this airplane streams, something must have been fixed. Turboprops do sound good. They vibrate an awful lot, but they do sound pretty good. There's the 20 mile, 40 mile. You can see we're kind of climbing at about 500. Some people say that they prefer a turboprop airplane because, you know, the droning like this helps them sleep. So, you know, I don't know about the vibration, but the droning helps them sleep. Beacon, nav, strobe logo. Everything else is off. It does have an escape hatch up there. So there's a pilot escape hatch up there. And if you have to escape, that's your ladder. That's the ladder to the escape hatch up there. It's like a Boeing. You always like to keep your heading bug. Always, you'll have to do that yourself. Gambling is going on. It's giving us an hour and 9 minutes. It's giving us fuel. What to expect based on the winds. Unless, of course, you know, you decide to go and do your alternate, and then it shifts over there. So that's kind of cool. And almost time to make the turn from Gasco. So now 4, 3, there we go. Now it's off to Ribble or whatever. We've got a bit of a crosswind, so at least we're not going super duper slow, but we are also not going super duper fast either. Pauliot says, is a socially distanced hello. Are you still not feeling good? I know you had the flu earlier. And it's letting us know that icing is it's detecting icing. So keep getting well soon. Pauliot got this thing working, which is pretty cool. I also got your message about the FS Labs, and I think that was a good suggestion that you had. I should try it offline, just because Stormy hasn't handled it that well. So what I'll do is try the FS Labs offline. I also tried to start DCS World the other day, and it wouldn't even start. So something is new or updated there. You still have plague, really? Well, I suggest a Wendy's Frosty, whatever is the appropriate type of pills, so that you know you're not like hurting or achy or anything like that, and a flight sim flight, because flight simming is therapeutic. Inverser, we are in an ATR. I got the ATR working finally. The scary part is I have no idea how I did it. Got no idea how I got this thing going. I just started it up, and what wasn't working now all of a sudden works. Go figure. Off to Ribble. So I'm guessing that something got downloaded, because this is a streamable airplane, and something might have gotten fixed there. I don't know. Benji, we're thinking about doing, what are we thinking about doing? Well, Frankfurt Friday, probably flying into Frankfurt. I have no idea where we'll come from. Pauliot said they had fixes for this airplane in Sim Update 4. I don't know that I've flown with this since Sim Update 4 came out, so maybe that's it. I'm reconnecting on VATSIM because there were audio issues and I'm not hearing anybody on Unicom. So something's weird. Did we ever fly to the Piz Gloria Hotel in Switzerland? There was a really cool scenery for that. I believe it was in X-Plane. And we went to the Piz Gloria in X-Plane. There's 17,000 feet. As you can see, we are not climbing at all like a Banshee. This thing does, it just climbs like a, it's really not that great of a climber. Let's see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM. So, looks like we're kind of on our own right now. Next flight is Fort Lauderdale to Key West in the ATR. There's a pack for it in 2024. Oh, Peace Gloria, we've got Blofeld's Hideout now from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. That's a helicopter flight. Oh, have I? Oh no, I'd love to go there once, Andre. That'd be great. Thanks, Sunjammer. Welcome in. Chris is back too. How did you set up the wing views?
Reinforcements
Oh, you mean the
incoming.
look outside the
More
windows
agents
kind of a
joining the
thing?
spy flight.
There's several different ways. We just got a raid from Arch NDA. Hey, Arch. Arch was doing ATC today. And hopefully, you know, all of the air traffic control stayed in control. Welcome, Arch. Thank you for being here. No VOR wrecks today. Always good to hear that nobody accosted your VORs. We are flying the ATR. We took off from Newcastle and we're going to Dublin. There was a pilot that had an autopilot issue. Really? I'm going to go ahead and start turning off the ice. We may have to turn it back on though coming in. We've done the A380, it's just really big.
Subscriber
So an
confirmed.
autopilot
Top clearance
issue on
granted,
Arch's
agent.
flight today.
Loyalty noted.
So was it just somebody who didn't know how to do it, or did they have a bad airplane? Angry Wolf is back with a nice resub, a year and a month of being here. Angry Wolf, thank you for coming in, and thank you for a year and a month of really great support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep all my groovy little lights on here. So we're coming up over a waypoint called Croft. My guess is that this waypoint is over Croft Manor. So you can, you know, if you're a Laura Croft fan, maybe that's where Croft Manor is. They didn't say they had issues going direct to a fix on the RNAV. Oh, really? Maybe they had an old Navigraph database or something like that. That might have been it. 18,000 feet. I think this is our top altitude. This is about as good as we're going to get. This airplane just does not climb. I say 18,000 feet is what we're going to get here. All right, now we're going to go ahead and let this manage us to a speed of about 210. I think it's like 25,000 feet, but in this one, in this airplane, it kind of is. This airplane gets cranky above 18. I shouldn't have let it go to any higher. Otherwise, we were just going to be meandering in the non-climb zone for quite a while. And we have a new heading to update. There's our new heading. Cool. And there's 18,000 feet. Dan, we've done a couple of the South African events for sure. And there's Croft. And now let's go to cruise. So cruise power and cruise power. A lot more. The early morning operations is a little bit early for me. Sadly, I've gotten to the age now where my voice is only going to work for a certain number of hours a day. After years of working in super cooled television studios, my voice just is not what it used to be. So if I were to do early morning ops, I would be toast for the rest of the day. Now we're only going to be about 177 knots here, maybe a little more. If you use a helicopter, they only allow Red Cross Hueys. Oh, you're talking about Peace Gloria, right? They only allow that. And apparently, I guess the producers got in a little bit of trouble because they used the Red Cross logo in the movie. So there was a little bit of a problem with that, if I remember correct. Okay, TCAS to normal. And I've turned on nav aids. And out over Croft. And all of this looks good. Toral is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Have a good evening. Toral, we are having a great evening. Thank you for coming by. We've got the ATR going again. We're going to do a Silver Airways flight in Florida. We're going to, fly down Alligator Alley. Red Cross is litigious. Well, yeah, like you just said, I think for good reason. An organization like that, Matt's is good. You've got it right now. You've got a Red Cross Huey for, or the scenery, or both. Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's go direct to Tatel. So you see we got our little, well, maybe not. Maybe we better not. Maybe we're doing this little dog leg for a reason. Oh, you've got the Peace Gloria? Oh, you do? Does it, that's for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Does it have the Sunjammer, stamp of approval? Is that like a freeware from the TO, or is that a payware from like Orbix or something like that? I know that there was an Orbix or one of those paywares for Jurassic Park, but experts when it comes to Jurassic Park say it's not great, but it's not terrible, kind of going to the other side of the not great. It's a payware from AnyBuilds. Rich on Wheels, welcome back, Rich. And we got a nice view outside the windows here. I'm gonna need to step over to the thermostat and bump it up. The air's just too cold in here today. I'll be gone before too long. Let's see. There's Blackpool over there. There's Wharton. Here's Manchester right here. And somewhere in here is the no, he'd be in Scotland. The Manchester United Frozen guy, he was in Scotland. There's our turn. Let's see. Polyot says Jurassic World DLC is fine for GA flying and being scenic, but useless for flying an airliner as there is no Navigraph support yet. From what I recall too, it's a fairly long airline flight to get out to Jurassic Park. So really you ought to just do helicopter hops around Jurassic Park. Jamal, I usually take Tuesday and Wednesday and just try and, clean the apartment. I mean, I got all sorts of stuff done. I cleaned the apartment. I cleaned the windows outside my apartment. You know, did the floors, went grocery shopping, got the first round of taxes stuff done. They have all 6 islands, so you can fly a fixed wing in between them. Does it come with Sam Neill in the helicopter who doesn't know how to do his seatbelt? Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't his fault. He just grabbed the wrong ones. Okay, all of this looks really good. There's Colid. All right, now's a great time. Give me just a second. I need to go and bump this up. Have I visited Giselle? Giselle, no. Be right back. All right, that's going to be much better. Nope, I have not gotten to see Giselle. Toby, welcome back. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we got a little bit of a turn here. A little bit of a, that looks pretty good. We get to see him again in the Xfinity ad in the Super Bowl. All right, that looks really good. Out over the Irish Sea we go. Toby, I hope it's really nice in Germany tonight. It's really icy over Manchester and the Irish Sea going into Dublin. 133.2 comms. 133200. There we go. Uh-oh. Well, the latest settings have messed up my audio again.
Little Juliet, Scottish, good evening. Roger, vector for the ILS runway 14, turn left turn heading 180 degrees.
Good evening, Tom.
ILS approach runway
Tom checking in from Frankfurt. Good
Left turn
Abend. Thanks for
ILS,
coming in
clear
today.
for
Welcome
runway
aboard.
20. I said to Tango, Squawk 7271.
I see your link. I better check in. Manchester, good evening. Shamrock 441 is almost overhead Tuttle, and we stopped our climb at flight level 180.
Shamrock 441, Scottish, good evening. Roger, Squawk 6475, flight level 180, your final cruise.
6475 in the transponder, and yes, we'd like to make flight level 180 final. We carrying too much beer.
Shamrock 441, no worries.
No, Frankfurt closed because of snow? Really? Toby says it's icy there. Tom, Frankfurt airport closed because of snow? Okay, somebody sent anybody to dig out Hunter Girl doing firefighting stuff there? Because if you had the airport closed because of snow, my guess is the first responders had a lot of work to do last week. Is it still super duper snowy and cold and stuff there? Danny, I don't know. I'm not sure what I've done wrong. My landing gear is up.
Two numbers around the runway 6475.
6475. We definitely messed that up. 6475 for Shamrock 441.
IFN 28 Tango, vectoring ILS, approach 05 left, line heading of 1903. Heading 195 and
No, it started to rain later in the evening, and it melted the snow almost immediately. Really?
No, I'm incorrect. Vectoring for the ILS approach runway.
I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Vector's ILS 05 right now,
But it is a lot slower than you would expect. On the other hand, this airplane is not a speed demon. Daniel's here, welcome. Toby says that EDW was closed 2 days ago. There were also interruptions in Berlin, too. No kidding. Wow, you had some real snow then.
Climb level 280, Tomjet 1 Victor number.
I have speed set to auto, Danny. So I'm already, my speed is pink.
Shamrock 6017 on the ground at Liverpool with Alpha, requesting Alpha clearance to Marseille.
So now that's manual. And pink is auto. I am in the notch, so that's good. Berlin was all, Tom says Berlin was actually closed for a while, and in the city the trams and trains stopped service because of the snow. Danny VDW, I don't usually hit the VNAV button in this airplane. I don't usually touch that button. It never ends up good for me.
Newcastle. Information out on board.
Inverser, this is VATSIM. So we're on a network, and I'm using over here. This is called vPilot, so we can talk to VATSIM. And this is the network that we're on. Yeah, Danny, I've never really done, things haven't worked out well for me when I've done that. Okay, now all of a sudden we're catching some speed. I wonder what that is. That's right, don't press the button. I don't recall that anything ever really bad. I did just go and, I did just kind of jiggle the, yeah, I jiggled the throttles. Maybe my throttles weren't in notch.
Do you mind confirm my clear level again, sorry?
I think that maybe they weren't in the notch zone.
280, Tom Jet 1 Victor November.
Maybe that's what happened. I didn't actually have the throttles. So you know how like in the Airbus, the throttles are in CL? Well, in this, it's called the notch. And you can see
Control, good evening.
they don't always end up there. Maybe that's what I did wrong.
Star Cargo 8206, Scottish, good evening. Is the Elboss 1 mic arrival, descend flight level 140.
I thought this was Manchester. Oh,
Elboss 1
it's
mic arrival
Scottish.
and descend flight level 140, so Qatar Cargo 8206. Yeah, Scottish, Shamrock 6017, Liverpool, requesting start. Shamrock 6017, session spot approved, QNH at Liverpool.
Top of descent is in 83 miles in 21 minutes. We're 163 miles from Dublin. Somebody needs to call Art's Tavern and tell them that spies are on the way.
ISN 28 Tango, you have got approximately 25 track miles to runway 05 right, descend altitude 5,000 feet, Manchester QNH 984 X Pascal.
Everything else is looking pretty good. Next flight in this airplane is Fort Lauderdale to Key West. Danny does use VNAV and it works good. Should we try and use VNAV for our descent?
Shamrock 11 Juliet Papa Scottish, good evening. I see no radar return, no Charlie.
So here's our little airplane. There's Isle of Man and there's Dublin. So if you're worried about sharks, we are out over the water now.
One Victor November, route director Bruni. Route direct Bruni, Tom Jet 1 Victor Nova.
I have a route
Hotel
discontinuity.
Juliet, welcome to lead. Taxi by
I still have a route discontinuity. I thought I closed these.
Shamrock 441 Dublin is offline,
122.8 for Shamrock 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Cargo 8206, descend flight level
Calm.
80.
122.800. Enter and enter. And back to performance. And that looks good. Danny VDW says it's windy in Dublin. Hi, Star Lugo. Welcome aboard. ATR is behaving very well today. It's kind of slow going, but I think once I got my throttle set correctly, we're doing good. So I'll leave my target speed here at 210. 18,000 feet, we'll just leave it there. Top of descent has shown up. And it says basically it's near Bagzo and it's labeled as Todd. I think he might be seeing a little of Isle of Man over there, but not much. Okay, 122.8. I don't see any ATIS or ATC for Dublin. So free for all in Dublin, right? Let's see, we can come over here and hit the METAR for Dublin. The altimeter in Dublin is 0979. So page 3, 0979 is our altimeter. And the winds in Dublin are 090 at 26 gusting to 39. 090 at 26 gusting to 39, right? 0902639. Yep. And you actually, this is the only airplane that I've seen this. You actually have an entry level for gusts that you can put in there. So you can pop that in as well, which is really pretty cool. Transition, I believe, is 6,000 around here. So let's see. ILS says 5,000, so add 1,000, it'll be 6,000. So that looks really good. Back to page 1, and this looks good. And over to the other one, 48 miles to top of descent. Flight Sim Dave, if you press the cell button next to the dial, it will turn your speed magenta. You're talking about this button right here, the speed target button. So right now, I usually use that for departure. And then when we're done with that, then I'll go and turn it off, and then I'll manually control mine. So that's what I do. And that should be the speed. So again, maybe that's just because I flew this a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away when it didn't work as good. But now, that at least that's how I'm doing it now. And maybe they fixed a bunch of stuff, and I should have faith. So everything else looks just fine. On the descent, so on our descent, let's see, we can clear these charts. We're not going back to Newcastle unless they start making Newcastle there again, right? So we're going to come in at Bagzo. Love the Bagzo waypoint. And at IFBAP, we have to be above 4,000 feet. Hard altitude around the turn, though, is 8,000 feet. Flight level 80. We'll bring in the map a click. You probably noticed on this airplane has a lot of little click zones in these monitors. And if you want, you can come over to the electronic flight bag. And I think if you go to options and page 2, display click spot help. That's the click spot help. So what I did is a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I went over and I've got a groovy little graphic here. It's just a screen grab that I took a long time ago that has the click spots. I just took a picture of it and put it on another monitor. So you can click the different spots in here. So you can change the performance, the map, the systems, the ND in the center one, range is at top and bottom, and you can change the format. And then we have flight plans and stuff down here. So that's one way to go and learn the click spots. Is the McDo, I don't know if the real one is or not. I think it is, because if you look over here on this thing here, there's buttons that you can press. And my guess is in the real airplane, you can press buttons on these. So it's a little like the A350 and the A380 where you could actually push buttons and stuff. You'll touch the screen. Like, you know, iPad technology or something like that. Or, you know, Enterprise D technology where you pressed screens and stuff. No active procedures to worry about. Good. We'll go ahead and go to nav. Now I have noticed that even though the nav things say that they're set to auto, it has yet to tune in an ILS for me. So I've had to do that these past 2 times to get the ILS in. So the ILS will put that in manually, which is 109.55, 10955. Hit enter twice. There we go. And then if you have a like we're coming up on Ramux right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make sure my heading bug is straight up. And in 1 mile we'll be direct to Ogtug. Now right now I can't set my inbound course, and me being one of those prepare so far in advance, you know, just because we can get super duper busy. So now we're direct to Ogtug. And now the airplane's kind of making a little bit of a turn here. So somebody said aviate, navigate, communicate. It was a I was going to say, wow, is there an aviate, navigate, communicate emote? No, that's your name. Hi, aviate, navigate, communicate. Welcome aboard. That is a great name. Although you're missing one. In between navigate and communicate, there's inebriate. So it's aviate, navigate, inebriate, and then communicate here in the sim world. Okay, let me go and set my number here. There. Dinner time. What's for dinner, Toby? All right, so I'm going to go to heading. And now I'm going to go and switch over, and I'm going to dial in my inbound course, which is going to be 097 degrees. 097. And again, that's a ridiculously small number. Okay, and now just look down there. It says 097. Okay, so that looks really good. Now let's come back over here, And now I'm going to go and do a DTO to Bagzo. So DTO, Bagzo. And then with that, we'll go back into nav mode, and we've got that preset. Aviate, Navigate, Communicate. Welcome on in. That is a great name here on Twitch. Senor Tomas, I call my off VATSIM events bottles and throttles. See, there you go. Toby has got wok, vegetables, and chicken. I do that all the time. I don't have a wok, but I kind of stir fry them all up, and it's really good, especially in the wintertime. Okay, so now we've got that. The last thing, hello November 321. Welcome, welcome. Last thing we need is minimums. Minimums are 505 feet. So that's over here. There's 100, 200, 3, 4. There's 500 feet. Let's call it 510. I always like it to sound out a little bit above that. So now we've got minimum set. We have the ILS. We have the inbound course. Everything should be ready to go for our arrival into Dublin. Hooper Booper is back on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Okay, coming up on top of descent. Now the other thing that I've noticed is if you start to dial in your number, you know, your altitude for top of descent too soon, then all of a sudden this thing starts moving. And what I needed to do, so this is 10 miles, and I wait until top of descent is within 5 miles. So when we're 5 miles in, I'll dial in 8,000 feet and start our descent. Callum, of course, we're on the VATSIM network, and you're always welcome to join. We'll be on VATSIM for our next flight if you want to start planning. And the next flight is Fort Lauderdale to Key West. And then we could go up to Tampa. We could do we probably could even go from Key West, stop at Tampa, and continue up to Pensacola or Coca-Cola or Royal Crown Cola. Your choice. Oh, that's not the drums. I hit the mic off button. Okay, 8,000 feet. So 8,000 feet is our next altitude. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to auto, and we're going to trust that VNAV might work because it's working for other people. So first of all, let's go to auto speed and VNAV. We're gonna die. Let's see. Okay, it started descending us. It started to descend us there. Let's see. November 321, you might do some ATC for us if we make it to Pensacola. Don't make too many plans yet on that Pensacola arrival, okay? November 321, that's a long way away from where we're going. Hi, Daniel. KFLL to Akureyri. We had fun in Akureyri recently. This would be a perfect airplane for the Akureyri flight from Reykjavik or KFLL. And now we've got our descent deviation. Callum, there is a 747 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The problem is some of it, a lot of us people that are really into flight sim, we're a little snobbish about it. Okay, so we're a little bit snobbish about it. It's not very good. Okay, thing is, there's gonna be a really good one. Okay, there's a really good 747 that's coming. Probably ain't gonna be here till maybe next year, but that it's gonna be from PMDG, and it will be worth waiting for. So at that point, we'll probably start doing the 747. Let's see. Pudel says spy hat. Don't have an ATR hat, so we got to go with the original spy hat. Yeah, wait and see what we're gonna do. Okay, November 321. Daniel, Iceland Air flies from Reykjavik to Akureyri with the DH. Yeah, see, the thing is this is going to be the best alternative to the DH8 till we get a really good to have DH8, right? This is the free ATR, yes. how to work computer on the flight. How to work the flight management computers, Callum. So the thing is these airplanes are really kind of complex. Flight simming isn't just, jetting around. It's gotten a lot more complex than it used to be. So we need to do a checklist. So Callum, this is one of the things where, to be honest, you're going to have to stick around for a while and spend some time. The learning curve on it is much bigger. November 321, I didn't know there was a payware. Okay, FWS, recall, it's going to be fine. Landing elevation is set. FMS nav and performance, that is set and ready to go. Decision height is set. The arrival briefing has been totally blown off, and we're good to go. All right, all of this looks really good on our descent. Yeah, well, maybe I'm mixing them up. I thought it was a payware in 2020, and that if you got it in 2020, it was in 2024. Yeah, we bought the ATR in 2020. Tim Dog remembers. Man, it seems like I just got the KD Pilot app recalibrated. Now all of a sudden, doesn't work again. Well, VNAV seems to be kind of holding on here. Let's see, we're not going to have to make any changes. Back to performance. And approach is set. VF's about 123. November 321, I think you and Tim Dog are right. So we did pay for this, and if you bought it in 2020, you should have it in 2024. Good evening, Subsonic. Let's bring in the map a click. It was a free upgrade. It's not freeware. You always kind of get messed up by the little F word, don't you, Tim Dog? Okay, airplane is not descending all that well, is it? We seem to be a little high. It says we're above the profile a bit. It's not handling this well. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Speed's coming down. That's good. We have to be below 220 knots. Doesn't matter about anything else. It's a maximum speed. Well, there's a nice idea. I don't know if they would do that or not, but that would work out pretty good. All right, let's do a little ATC on our own here. So here we all are. Where are you going? You're going to Manchester. So we can go ahead and let's plan on blowing off a few waypoints here. Let's blow off a few waypoints here. Our altitude's just fine. Speed's coming down pretty good. Let's go ahead and go a little more thrust idle here. Get down to about 180 knots. And after we get past our putt will go direct to ABNOL or IFBAP. I love the names of some of these places.
New
Okay,
recruits
approach
detected.
checklist.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Somebody just did a follow. Welcome aboard. And that was Baker Callum. Thank you for the follow. Okay, seatbelts need to go on. And coming up on 12,000 feet. Speed's coming down nicely. Let's go down a little bit faster. And that looks good. Oh, speed's picking up again. We don't want to do that. There's a Kiva. Okay, IFBAP is 4,000 feet. Let's go ahead and do 4,000 feet here in the window. $4,000 and after ADNOL we'll go and do a little direct to somewhere in there. There's 180. Let's go down a little faster. Daniel, you're on Twitch. If you look below the video window that you're watching on Twitch, you should be able to see all the specs. And we'll try and turn that command back on. Landing is good. This is not an Airbus, Senor Tomas. This is the ATR. Dublin traffic. Shamrock 441's an ATR at ADNOL, preparing to go direct IFBAP for landing on runway 10 left. Dublin. Okay, are you upset about yep, we got icing. Let's get props, engines. All right, let's get the icing kicked on. Reduce that. Looks good. Direct IFBAP. DTO, IFBAP, engage. There we go. That should be a nice turn. And there we have to just be above 4,000 feet. We are. And we're probably going to have to add a little more throttle here. It has both of them have their advantages and both of them have their disadvantages. It's kind of tough to say. I clearly could spend a lot more time studying. Let's do another direct IFBAP right now. Otherwise, we just kind of fishtail across the magenta line here. And it looks like we're going to just fishtail anyway. It does not handle direct twos. So let's just go to heading hold now. Let's go ahead and we're going to go over to nav. That looks good. We're a little fast. Let's reduce the throttle. Callum is back. Dusty is here. You found your ATR in the library. Okay, let's come on down here for performance. And VAP is going to be 123. We're going to bug 130. I always like to put the bug up a little bit high on this airplane because once you get too slow, it's a little like the CRJ. The CRJ, you get too slow, you just are not going to recover. You know, because they don't have auto throttles. So you've really got to watch your speed. So I always like to put the bug up a little bit higher. Okay, coming up on 10,000 or 4,000 feet. So we're going to have to bump that throttle again to hold 180 till 5 mile finals. Then it's 130. There's 4,500 feet. We should see an airport out there. No, we don't. It's a bit cloudy today. I'm going to let it continue down to 3,000. There we go, above 3,000. And bring in the map one last click. reduce our rate of descent a bit more. Let's start a turn. Dublin traffic. Shamrock 441 is at IFBAP, starting the turn for the final runway 10 left, Dublin. Okay, speed's a bit too much. Okay, everything looks good there. I got glide slope and localizer. And everything looks good. Let's go ahead and turn on devices. Ask everybody to put away their laptops, their cell phones, all the big stuff for landing. I've got glide slope and localizer here. I'm going to arm the approach. Here comes the approach. And checklist, approach checklist, seatbelts are on, landing lights are on, altimeters are checked and set, the cabin altitude has been checked, and before landing checklist. Cabin crew has been advised, landing gear is not down, there's not 3 green ones. So, let's see, I haven't got the cool landing gear views set on this airplane, so gear going down. Dwayne says, happy almost weekend, and Callum, you're wondering how the screen on the left works? There's a lot to these things. Okay, whoops, speed's going down way too much. Not paying attention because we leveled off at 3,000 feet. That's how fast things can get out of control here. How about flaps 1? We'll just go flaps 1 here. We've got one plane taking off in Dublin on the right side. Okay, let's finish the checklist. Landing gear down 3 green, flaps are good, power management goes to takeoff. True low speed, we don't need that. AOA icing light, yeah, we've got icing going on. Checklist is complete. Ready to land. Come on over here. There's a lot of these little commuters do not have auto thrust. They just don't. You know, the CRJ doesn't have auto thrust. All right, that looks pretty good. Just going to try and hold on to about 180. We decided VAP is 123. So let's bug 130. 130. That's good enough. A little more power. Lots of little airplanes like this don't have auto throttles though. You know, and a lot of the commuters, because hey, you know, why spend money on an auto throttle when you can make the pilot do it? Dublin traffic, Shamrock 441, turning finals now for runway 10 left. Okay, we've got the localizer. I don't see anything that looks like a runway. Posture check so that we can land the plane. There we go. Seat is good. So we can do rudder pedals. There's Ibiza. Reset the heading bug straight up. We appear to be a bit crabby on this arrival. Okay, all that looks good. Speed is kind of what we wanted it. Nobody's behind me, so I'm not being too sensitive to this, but I would like to be closer to 180 because that's what the big jets are going to be, and we don't want to be...
0667, stand 108 right, pushing back on release point Alpha Delta Sierra.
Okay, on landing, 10 left, we're going to try and get November 4. And I don't know where they used to park the ATRs here. So we'll just taxi on downlink 5 and see what we can find. Here comes the runway in 5 mile finals. We're 8 miles now. I don't see the runway. Let the autopilot do the work till we see runway lights at least. Here comes the glide slope. So we'll have to pull the throttle back for the glide slope, but then also even more so that we can slow down. Well, goodness, Senor Tomas, if you believe the advertising, Guinness is good for you. So good for us. So there we go. Okay, wind is slightly from the right to blow us to the left. Here comes glide slope. It's armed. Airplane should start our descent. Still no sign of landing runways. Maybe that's it up there slightly off to the left. And now we've started our descent. You can see the speed's coming up, so pull the throttles back a bit. There's 5 miles, so let's go ahead and pull it even more so we can go to about 130.
Subscriber confirmed.
ATR was
Top
getting you
clearance
busy on
granted, agent.
VATSIM with no auto thrust.
Loyalty noted.
This is a hard airplane to fly on VATSIM. Retriever Neil, welcome back. Thanks for the resub today. Good to see you, Retriever Neil. Thank you for being here for 4 months and really great support. And Iceman is here too with some very nice Air Berlin chocolate hearts. Okay, speed slowing down a bit more. I got the airport, I got the runway. Okay, exiting to the right. Exiting right. And full laps. Full. Always do that a little bit too soon. Slowing it down. And push it forward to stop our deceleration here. Very, very gentle on the controls, and that looks good. Dublin traffic, Shamrock 441, short finals, landing, runway 10 left, Dublin. Eric, I say, yeah, this is a good quality airplane. It really is pretty good. I like this one a lot. It's surprisingly deep. There's a real world ATR captain out there that has a YouTube channel called Fly with Magnar. And I will tell you that he's done a whole series of 3 videos on the sim version of this airplane. Normally Magnar does videos about the real airplanes, but Magnar's done a really good series on the flight simulator version.
200.
And I think it's good. My flight directors, I think I hit a button and turned them off.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
I didn't turn up my landing lights. It's a little foggy here today. Dublin traffic. Shamrock 441 is clear of runway 10 left. Taxiing via link 6, 5, and 4 for an ATR parking place. Happy landings, Dublin.
Dublin traffic, contract 877, full established, 10 left, 12.
Okay, strobes off. Icing off. Flaps up.
Talking traffic at the Saxon 067, taxi holding point runway 10.
Control
right,
lock
via
on.
Delta November, Foxtrot outer, Papa 1, cross runway 16.
Radar is off, controls are locked, flaps are up, trims are set. Everything's good. Probe heaters going to off. Probe heaters are off. And after 3 minutes, we can turn off the, start turning off engine number 1. No, I really like the airplane, and like I said, there are people that think it's such a good little airplane that it's worth, that it was, you know, real world pilot doing a 3-video series on how to fly it like a pro. Why do you always land the plane in a crosswind and always left direction? I just land whatever sim brief gives me. How close to minimums were we? Oh, we saw it long before. We saw the runway long before minimums. We saw it long before minimums. Why don't we grab this spot right here? I don't think there's jetways at the end. Okay, and feather. Flight Sim Dave says to Stretch, hi dogs, surprisingly well. We'll just come into 120 Charlie. A very jazzy arrival. Taxi light off. Wing lights on.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 1 Alpha Lima, going to be releasing CE to 220 as well.
Parking brakes on. Prop brake on. Prop brake is on. Looks good. Let's turn the beacon off. The wing lights off. Guard that one. Seat belts and devices can go off. Come over here to aircraft. Wheel chocks, ground power. Main door, tail prop, cargo door. And not bad. We could also just pop in external power and just use that. I think we made it. This was not a bad flight.
Subscriber confirmed.
This is,
Top
again, this one
clearance
is
granted,
really kind of a
loyalty
hard
noted.
airplane to pick up on, but there's a really, really good series of videos if you want to learn how to fly it the right way, and I really suggest them. They're really good. I do suggest them for sure. Dom T Gaming just gifted a sub to Ty 381. Thanks, Dom T Gaming. Welcome aboard. Thank you for gifting a sub today. That was awful nice of you. Flight Sim Dave says to hydrate and do a posture check and stretch. So let's hydrate a little bit here. And shall we get ready to go to Fort Lauderdale? So we'll get off that sim. Let's see if Volanta was nice to us on this flight. So was Volanta nice? It was minus 248, 1.06 Gs. Oh man, I just cannot break that. My landings are always so hard. All right, we're going to shut that down now. And let's come on over here and pop out of this and recycle the sim for our next flight. And we could try, once we get into Key West, we could try and do a continuing service flight and see how that works on this airplane. I haven't tried one of those in a very long time. But Flight Sim Dave says hydrate, and if you're flying along, you should hydrate too. Do a posture check and stretch too. Kind of move around a little bit while we recycle everything here. That was really nice. Definitely a little on the dark side and icy side over the UK tonight. Let's see what's going on in Florida here. We're going down from my Fort Lauderdale to Key West. Okay, we're not going to know about Key West, but Fort Lauderdale, I think, has digital ATIS. So KFLL. Fort Lauderdale, real world. ILS departure runways is 28 right and left. So 28 right or left is what we've got there. We're doing Silver Airways. Silver, unfortunately, kind of, ceased doing business operations. So let's go and grab one of the Silver Airways. New flight. So this is going to be the AT-76, ATR 72600, and Silver, I don't remember what they were. Silver Airways. They were SIL and they were called Silver Wings. And they ceased operations June 11th, 2025. SIL. Okay. And they had a pretty cool logo too. So SIL. And we're going to be KFLL. We're going to go to KEYW, Key West. November 321. Yes, the pink airplanes with a big flamingo on the back, right? Hey there, Dr. Quigley's. Welcome aboard. I am. It is so nice to be back. Okay, KFLL. Now, from what I've been able to figure out, Silver Airways, their gate area was down here in the Alphas, I believe. There was also some gates over here in the mid area too that I thought, but I kind of thought that they were over here in the Alpha gates. So we'll kind of do that. Thanks, Dr. Quigley's. So we'll grab one of those. And my guess is they're probably landing, let's depart 28 right. So departure runway is 28 right, landing runway 27. So landing runway 27, let's, in case there's a little bit of ATC, let's go to KG minimums. Let's go to minimums and just do 15 minutes of ATC fuel. November 321, you see them all the time at MCO and you wanted to try them. Loviz, I think, was a passenger on one because he is a Floridian. So I think has been on one, but I don't know too many people. JA Flight Simulation. Yeah. I try and spend the day just the 2 days off not saying anything, and voice just continues to be cranky. I don't know. You are definitely going to want a flight plan. Maybe it's just getting too old. Okay, let's pre-file on VATSIM. So SimBrief says 16,000 feet. I think that actually makes sense for this plane. 16,000. So file the flight plan. We're good. Okay, all of that looks great. We'll come on down to the Alpha gates. And with that, let's go and update some of the data here. So flight level 160. And here's our route. It's the Mainer 3 to the Fantasy 1 arrival. Haha, the Fantasy arrival. Well, that's certainly entertaining for the internet. Okay, there is our route. Looks good. And we don't need that anymore. Let's bump this up one. And we said, what was it? 160. So there's our altitude, and we're good. We should get some charts. Flocala, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Happy almost weekend. All right. So, waiting for Navigraph to start, because we will need the Navigraph app for this. So, import flights from SimBrief, FLL to Key West. There we go. And there's our cute little route. And let's do airports. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So parking gates, airport, and our departure is Manor 3. Manor 3. Initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet. And basically, it sees Asti. So it's basically vectors to Asti stay below 5,000 feet on the Manor departure. Okay. Let's see. Coming into Key West, we are doing the Fantasy arrival. And we pick up Fantasy at eBay. No, we pick it up at Fantasy. So we're going to pick up the arrival here at Fantasy. And is this good for both runways? Landing runway 27. We come out at tail at 3,000 feet. We're coming in on runway 27 at tail, and at the airport on runway 27, we're going to have to get off at Alpha 2 and back to the gates. All right, I think we can make that work. Almost done. JA Flight, you just made the MD-11 Panda plane from Athens to Cairo. The airplane is a really cool airplane. JA Flight Simulations, it's a favorite. You know, it's too bad that it got so old and stuff like that, but I just think it's a really fun airplane. And TFDI has done a really good job of updating it and fixing it and fine-tuning it. And I think it's 100% ready for VATSIM flying. I may take it into Frankfurt tomorrow. Although I think we did do a Lufthansa cargo flight into Frankfurt, so I guess that's nothing new. Keith, the music that I play before the live stream is all on a service called Epidemic Sound. And that's where everything is except the very beginning song. And the first song of the flight that you hear is a no copyright song. And so that's where it is. I don't actually have a playlist because I've got like 5, almost 6 hours worth of music. So I do put the now playing at the bottom of the screen, if that helps. Okay, free flight. Let's go and change the livery from... So there's the plane and configure. Neo is back with a nice resub. Hi, Neo. Thank you for the resub.
Loyalty
Neo's
noted.
been here for almost 60 months. Thank you for 60 months worth of support and helping me to keep everything going. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Welcome in, Neo.
Reinforcements
and Fighty
incoming.
is here with a
More
nice
agents
resub. Hi,
joining the
Fighty.
spy flight.
All right, and we need a Silver Airways.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
I had a Silver Airways in here. Where is it? I did have a Silver Airways. There's Logan Air. Raid is in. Welcome on in. Hi, Fighty. Welcome aboard. We're just trying to get the ATR ready to go. Oh, we have to hit the livery button. Nope, that's not it. I think what we do... grab a house livery and then click it. Hi, Raiders. Welcome aboard. Air New Zealand. Nope, that's not it. Fighty landed at DHL Flight Factor 757 in a very windy Lisbon. Really? I don't know where it is. We don't want the Highlines version. I had it in here. In fact, I just flew it the other day. What happened to my... let's see. Fascio. Did I say that name right? Welcome. Okay, that's a freighter. That's a 42. That's a 42. This is the only one. That's the only one. Where is my... Where are those liveries? Silver, I thought I flew the 6. Maybe you're right. Maybe I need to go and do that. House livery, Aftjet, New Zealand. Maybe I thought I flew... Yeah. Yeah, I did actually do a 76 yesterday. I did fly a 76. Nope. It's not in there anymore. It puts the liveries over here, which is a little bit weird. Well, let's see here. I can redo the flight plan to a 42. So let's grab the 42. And let's see if I can find a silver over there. House livery. Highline, highlight. All of my silvers are gone now. This is weird. I swear I used these yesterday. I swear I used them yesterday. Okay, that's a freighter. I don't think it's this one. Nope, it's not that either. Well, darn, I wanted the big old pink, livery. It's not going to be this one. This is just a United Express livery. So this is just going to be the United Express livery. Yeah, that's not it. Icebird says we can search for a registry number. November 703 SV. I didn't know we could do that. November 703 SV. There we go. All right, so I needed to grab the British Airways version, and now I should find it. November 703 SV. House livery, Logan Air. So that's the one that we had over there. I did search it. Oh my gosh. Icebird, it started to show up, but then it isn't there. Jessica's back. Welcome aboard. Well, we could be here for freaking ever, and that's just not fun at all. So let's see here. What could we use? I don't have those at all. Go further. All right. November 703 SV. November 703 SV. That is November 703 SV right there. So now we've got that one, and then let's see if I can configure from here. And that takes me back to all these other ones. To the right, sometimes the liveries load later. Nope, it didn't show up there at all. No luck. Oh well. It could be there's a wrong thumbnail. Yeah, this is really weird because I'm not kidding. Yesterday, I did fly the Silver Airways. I did do the Silver Airways livery. Danny says we ought to just fly that livery there. Well, I do know that I do think it should be in the community folder because, again, and I didn't delete it. So Ortho 2024, MSFS 2024, Community Silver. Corrugated PUV Duncan. Hey, Hydrospace, welcome aboard. Sim add-ons. Mercedes, Brill, Sim add-ons car. It's almost like it's not there anymore. Danny says on the Tahiti, there were other liveries. So Danny says here on the air, go back to the Air Tahiti. Let's go to Air Tahiti. How did you see that there were other liveries? So here's Air Tahiti. Okay, there's Air Tahiti. Now let's hit livery. Danny, how did you know? Is there something that I missed? There it is. November 703. How did you know it was that one, Danny? There we go. That's it. I knew it was in there. Okay, we got it. It works. Thank Danny VDW. Saves the day. Thank you, Danny. How did you know that it was in there? I didn't know that. I didn't see there was a Icebird. Yeah, welcome aboard. Let's go to KFLL Fort Lauderdale. I'm not kidding. Okay. All right, let's go to VATSIM radar. Anybody over here in Fort Lauderdale? So we go to the Alpha Gates, I believe. You searched like I did, but it only took me to the British Airways, not the Air Tahiti. So Fort Lauderdale. And we'll come down here. But searching for the registration, Icebird says start with the registration. Okay, here we go. And nobody's at the Alpha Gates, so we should be fine. We're at Alpha 5. I'm just going to jot that down. Alpha 5. Edgarb, if you purchased it in 2024, you should have it. You should have it. If you purchased it in 2020, it should show up in 2024. Or if you bought the Aviator version of 2024, it should be there, I think. And there is a very, very pink airplane. Definitely has that Miami vibe over there. All right, let's see if that sim will let us on. Looks like it's going to let us on. And let's see if Volanta will let us on. November 321 used to see these airplanes. This is the MS Asobo way of providing clarity. Yeah, completely clear, right? All right. All right, let's see if Volanta will work for us. Start a new flight. That looks a little weird. And it already exists. Well, that's not going to work out great. Okay, let's just let it go. Volanta's way too weird. Okay, I don't think you can open the door. Nah, you can't open the door. Very cool liveries. Somebody said that they saw some of these airplanes, that they'd been flown across the pond and were in the UK now. All right, here we go. And everything looks good here. Let's go to aircraft. We need ground power, a cargo door, a main door, and a tail prop. And that looks good too. So we'll come over to flight plan and just import it into the iPad. That looks great. And I generally avoid setting it into the airplane. And do we have ground power? Yep, we have everything we need. Airplane goes on. That was Cybec. Cybec said that a long time ago. They were landing at the Exeter Airport in the UK, presumably off for a new repaint and a new home. I know Cybec that Loganair flew these. Does anybody else fly them? Any more in the UK, or did they get, flown someplace else? MFC computer flashes, landing gear down. All of that looks good. Let's do ground power, nav lights, emergency exit lights, and turn up some backlighting on the instruments. So that was you. The Eagle flies them and a few small carriers. I also have a livery for a British Airways, so my guess is they flew them at one point, but probably not anymore.
Air Canada 1200, 4 miles final, runway 26 right, Miami.
All right. Radio's working pretty good. Cybec says Argony also has them, and they use Exeter Airport. So maybe they're the ones that got this airplane. Okay, that looks good. Init. Our wait for the airplane. Payload. That would be Jersey Guernsey Airways. So they took took over for Flybe and stuff like that. I did not put in the flight plan yet. I could do that. Hang on. Let me put in a link to my flight plan and all my numbers here. All right, flight plan's coming up. That's old. Give it about 30 seconds and try and put in flight plan again, and it should work for you, okay? And it should be the current one. Okay, so I've been loading this up over here. Cybex says that Logan Air picked up most of the Flybe routes and the Flybe airplanes. All right, load the airplane. So the flight plan says 18178. So 18178, 18178. 178. And that should be passengers. And fuel is 1912. 1912. All right, that should be it. Let's start loading the airplane. So it ended up going with ramp fuel 1912. That's exact. Zero fuel weight. 18178 is our zero fuel weight. Are we going to the Winter Olympics tomorrow? Maybe from tomorrow's Friday. So Frankfurt Friday is what we've got for tomorrow. Martel, welcome, welcome. Thank you. Should be at KFLL. Did I mess that up, Dusty? Sorry. KFLL, not VFL. Maybe we'll go back to Tampa. Maybe we'll go back there too. All right, let me fix that FLL thing. Hang on. All right. Winter Olympics starts tomorrow. I don't know if they've got any special VATSIM events for that or anything planned. All right, let's go ahead and start plugging some stuff in. First of all, we ought to get some charts just so we know what we're doing. So we've got all of this after departure on runway 28 right. So it's going to be 276 and straight ahead with vectors to Austin. Coming in on the Fantasy arrival, it's Fantasy to tail and 3,000 feet to the RNAV, 3,000 feet there. Okay, I think we know what we're doing there. Now let's come on down here and check our numbers. 18178, that's correct. Fuel on board 1912, that's correct. Reserves are 820. You have to put that in manually. 820, and that goes in manually. So that looks really good. Is there a flight sim event? I don't know. We can make our own. I see Captain Sibby is here. Hey, Sibby. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Look at this. We got a cool airplane, and it's got a big flamingo on the back of the airplane. A big old goofy bird on the back of the airplane. It is Silver Airlines. Sadly, Silver Airlines is no longer anymore. I don't know what it is between, the airlines that don't fly anymore. Between this and Air Berlin, that seems to be what I do. Robert, it's working pretty good. Laxon's here from Boda. Hi, Laxon. Okay, let's come on down here. So we've got these done. So those numbers are correct. Trim's going to be up 1.5, and that looks good. Come on down here. And now we'll do performance initialization. Our cruise is going to be 16,000 feet. So 16,000 feet. Sibby says, no, the Olympics have already started. And so we need to think about doing something in Milan tomorrow, right? Milano? Our alternate today is Miami. Of course it is. Loviz told me the other day that there's an update for Miami and the jetways work now. And I got it. And guess what? The jetways in Miami work now. How about that? And that's going to be 17,000.
Secured. Every bit helps.
Somebody did
Thanks,
some
Agent.
bits. Let's see. Laxon dropped some bits on us today. Thank you for 500 extra bits today. That is very pitiful of you. Thank you so much. How do you say that thing? Are you talking about the opening ceremony to the Olympics? Was that it? Okay, so that looks good. And let's see. Let's do flight plan and route. So this is going to be Silver Airways SIL 441. We are going from KFLL and we're going to Key West, KEYW, Key West. As much as your airline works, you will be retired in your 30s. Oh, yeah. Actually, I would be retired as soon as I got the job, right, Regs? Because most of the airlines that I've been, seems like more of my favorite airlines no longer fly anymore. Just, that's the way it is. Okay, Fort Lauderdale. We're departing off of 28 right. And we are doing the Manor departure. Manor 3 departure, and we are Canoa Fundy Maximum. We're not taking any of those. So execute that. So Manor to Seas, vectors to Manor. Now for Key West, we're expecting the RNAV to runway 27. It's the Fantasy 1 arrival. We're coming out at tail. And we're not doing any one of those, so none, and execute that. All right, that looks good. Let's stop this thing flashing in our face. It's time to go into hotel mode. So let's come on down here. Oh, first, let's see. Windshield heaters, oxygen on. Everything looks good over here. So before we go into hotel mode, we have to turn on the wing lights, let the cabin crew know, let the ground crew know that we're going to start up an engine, but we're not going to start the propeller spinning. Sometimes back in the day, the Olympics have done a few events before the opening ceremony because of overscheduling and stuff. I remember that from several Olympics in the past that I followed. So they will do that. Okay, we need 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure. So here is the hydraulic auxiliary pump for ground only. Click the button, come up here, and engage the hydraulic, the brake prop brake. Okay, prop brake is on. Going to start engine number 2. Fuel pump goes on. Start AB. Starting engine 2. Come down here. The NH% is going up at 10%. We take the prop from cutoff to feather. And if we come around here, you can hear the engine starting, but the Assassin's Creed swords are not spinning. So the engine's going, but there's no hacking and slashing going on here. It is, Wabi, this is a cool livery. Sadly, the airline is not flying anymore. But yeah, this is Silver Airways. And they were flying these things all over Florida and the Caribbean and stuff like that. It was really pretty neat. Okay, all of this looks good. Starter back to normal. And ground power can go off. Ground power is off. Go to aircraft, disconnect ground power, and close the cargo door. And with that, All of this is looking pretty good. Let's come on in here. And we're going to go do performance. Sibby says that Greece has 5 in the Olympics. Is that 5? Oh, you've already got 5 gold medals? Well, gee, how fair is that? I mean, come on, Sibby. Greece started the Olympics. Home field advantage, right? Kidding, of course. I'm being funny, and maybe I'm not that funny. I mean, you know. So, of course, Greece has 5 medals. The Greeks are famous for starting the Olympics. That's why Greece is so cool. Alpine skiing and cross country. Really? That's pretty cool. Performance in it, page 2. Now we have to do wins. Oh no, brain pain for Sibby. Sorry. Let's see. Wabi says that they're doing snowboarding right now. Let's see. Average winds or mean wind is 253 at 6.5. 253 at 6.5. Sorry to cross. Something isn't going to end well. What? Alpine skiing or cross-country skiing or my pathetic sense of humor? Don't answer that. Let's see. Transition altitude 18,000 feet. The altimeter in... Let's see. We need to do hectopascal, inches of mercury. We'll just leave it in kilos. Is that what this airplane was set up to be? Was it kilos or pounds? Yeah, kilos. We'll leave it in kilos. But we need to change that setting. So inches of mercury, go to flight plan. In Key West, the altimeter setting right now is 3000. 3000, and we'll pop that in. Oh, you got to put in the period. 30.00. Okay, so all of that's ready to go. The winds right now, this is short flight, so get it done early. Winds in Key West are 330 at 17, gusting to 25. 330 at 17, gusting to 25 or 35. 25. And that goes up there. And we're set and ready to go. This will not, that's right, no fighting for medals. Dwayne is flying in the RJ. Welcome on in, Dwayne. Thanks for flying along. Vatsim has an event on Saturday, Milan to Tel Aviv. Hi, Harold's. Welcome aboard. All right, I think it's about time to go. So seatbelts and devices are going to go on. Let's go to aircraft, and we're going to bring the tail prop aboard. And we're going to do the main door. We're going to check the parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. We're going to pull the wheel chocks. There is a performance page that you can pop in here. So for takeoff data, you can go over and get takeoff data out of this. Runway condition is dry. So you could change that over there. And that will give you your takeoff data, 108, 108, and 111. And that automatically puts it in there. So that's pretty cool. So aircraft is clear. I usually leave it on the flight plan page. METAR for KFLL. The altimeter here is 2991. So baro set, 2991. Altimeter's checked and set. Our initial climb clearance on the main or departure is 4,000 feet. And this is really kind of awkward. And there's 4,100, so 4,000 feet. Our departure heading on the departure is going to be 274 degrees.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
So
Stay
274. Let's see. Brisley Triceratops is here, and Airborne Idiot just did a follow. Welcome aboard, Airborne Idiot. Usually I try and get at least 3 in. Okay, that should be 274 degrees down the runway, right? Nope, 276, but we turn to a heading of 274. I say we leave it at 274. And then zoom in, make sure. So headings 274, 4,000 feet, altimeter's checked and set. I don't know why I don't fall. Well, Airborne Idiot, you didn't think about that when you first came by. Got to check and see whether it's good. I mean, the jokes could be really, really bad, you know. Shall we get out of here? GSX gets a little bit cranky here. So, we're also in the US. So, thank you, Airborne Idiot. Dot, CTAF, KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to put this into chat if you need it. So you said alpine skiing and cross-country skiing, but you said Greece already had 4 medals, Sibby. What are the other 2? Or are they all in just those 2? CTAF space KEYW Key West. Dot CTAF space KEYW. I guess Key West doesn't have a CTAF. It won't show anything. Squawk is 5136. 5136. I'll refresh it. Yeah, we're in Florida. Iconic Cloth. Did I say that right? Let me just hit one little button and it'll fix it. Or it should fix it. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so we have a new squawk code, so surveillance. And that's going to be 5136. Enter. Communications 119.3. Enter. And then 122.800. 122.800. And enter. Okay, good. We got those. Okay, all of that looks good. It's going to be a heading departure. We're going to arm heading. Same weather in Florida as in Newcastle. Really? It's a little bit drizzly here. It's a little drizzly and gray, just not as dark. And I don't think that there's going to be as much icing either, because there was a bunch of icing. Iconic Cloth is doing Atlanta to Miami. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Let's attach the tug. Okay, there was also a CRJ over there. Yeah, so the CRJ is pushed back. We're going to wait for the CRJ because their engines are already running. And since their engines are running, Key West is 118.2. Slarty Bart's here. Hi, Slarty Bart. We heard, and Frankfurt was closed earlier in the week, so Slarty Bart, there's apparently been some snow out there. And let's see, Tom came in from Frankfurt and said there was a ton of snow, and then after that it started raining hard, so that washed it all away. Is that what you're seeing in Hamburg and Berlin?
New recruits
Hey, Abgeek,
detected.
thank you for the follow. Welcome on
aboard,
in.
Agent. Stay sharp.
So we heard that, yeah, it's pretty snowy there. So Frankfurt and Berlin. Hamburg is still all effing white. Enough is enough. You've had enough of winter so far. Iconic Cloth says it's rain, rain, and more rain. which is probably making Polyot even more miserable because Polyot's got a really bad flu right now.
Subscriber confirmed.
Avgeek
Top clearance
did a
granted,
sub.
agent.
Hey, thank you
Loyalty
for
noted.
doing a Twitch Prime sub here. Super shocked. They, yeah, it was what? The surprise about the snow in Germany? I mean, enough snow to close Frankfurt and Berlin. That's a lot. Not really flying Winnebago. Keeping track of your sceneries and stuff like that, it's actually kind of hard. Let's go ahead and we're going to start squawking. We need nav aids and airports. And we'll start squawking. That looks good. Was that a joke? Did I mess the joke up? I probably did. This airplane requires a lot more concentration, but flying Winnebago, I'm sorry to say I really have not come up with a great way to keep track of that. Okay, parking brake, altimeters, landing elevation, FMS comms and nav, fuel quantity, fuel on board is correct. Engine fuel use has
Subscriber
not
confirmed.
been reset.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
And reset fuel and confirm our takeoff data. That looks good. Hey Russ, welcome back in. Memo panel power management is set to take off and checklist is complete. I think we're ready to push back. Okay, there goes that CRJ. So let's do beacon. Beacon is flashing. The only time it's okay to be flashing, right? Parking brakes off. And away we go. I don't know that anybody has ever really come up with a really great way to track their scenery, though, flying Winnebago. I mean, you know, people will come into chat all the time and like this Fort Lauderdale scenery. This is a nice scenery. I honestly couldn't tell you who did it. I mean, obviously I've got a payware, but couldn't tell you which one it is. No jokes for the day. I totally messed up the Jordy in a t-shirt joke. And stop. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes. On. Remove the tug. And we're done with pushback helper. Checklist before propeller rotation. CDLS cockpit door locking system is locked. FMS and takeoff data set. Trim is not set. I think it said like 1.43. Tail prop is on board. Doors are closed, seatbelts, beacon, and propeller rotation is good. So come down here. We need the hydraulic auxiliary pump. 30 seconds of hydraulic power. Come down here. Unlock the prop. And Assassin's Creed swords are spinning. I need to be careful what I say now in chat. No, but you're a VIP. No, you can't. No, you're not being banned. You're like one of the first friends I ever had here. All right, there we go. Yeah, and if you found out that, you know, we did have to make some changes about why you might, if you were a mod before, but you got changed to a VIP or something, the reason that that happened is you had to actually be, moderating and doing moderator things. Otherwise, some people had a problem with it. And that's why some people aren't moderators anymore. Pumps. Little bit too much inside baseball, but that's why. Starting engine number 1. And more Assassin's Creed swords are spinning. I don't know if you've said anything that people don't like. But Robert, yeah, the sounds on this are really good. Pretty good start. Let's go to full. There we go. And that looks really good. Let's get pitot tube heaters on. And starter goes to off. And everything looks good up there. Flaps 1. Before taxi checklist. FWS is good. Cockpit comm hatch is closed. Condition levers 1 and 2 are auto. Anti-ice is not needed. Up, gotta do the true. This is electrical. The electrical true system is on. Anti-skid test. Wheels anti-skid, so you see the little F's there. And if it says green, then it says the anti-skid test is good. Flaps are 15 degrees. Nose wheel steering is on. And checklist is complete. Yeah, so yeah, some people, if you weren't like doing the moderating things and it somehow knew that you were just coming in but not actually moderating, that's what it said you had to make some changes. So that's why some people aren't moderators, but they're VIPs. Sunken Norwegian, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I think it's time to go. So we're done over here. And let's go to the Arc. I think it's time to go. Parking brakes going off. Okay, out of here. So out of the gate, we're going to go and use this on. So out of the gate, it's Bravo, Bravo 12 to runway 28 right. Taxi light on. Cabin is secure. I think it's time to go. Parking brakes off. And away we go. A nice short taxi for sure. Taxi checklist. Taxi takeoff lights bright. Brakes. And we're good. Control lock is off. Robert says 2 Pratt & Whitney 127 turboprops. Robert, yeah, this is a cool airplane. All right, there we go. Dwayne, winds are 40 knots at 300. So it's a breezy day in the neighborhood. This is a fun airplane, Flocala. I haven't flown it lately because it hasn't worked for me. I haven't been able to make this work for me. That's the big reason why. Nobody over there. There's a Southwest at the gate. Fort Lauderdale traffic. Silver Wings 441 is an ATR approaching 28 right, taking off and departing to the west. Fort Lauderdale. We just announced taking off, so strobes. Okay, I should have heading select set. We're good. Sphinx Music, does 2 dots make a yes? 2 dots. Yes. I hope. And let's bring the map out another click so we can find our turn. Let's go. Nobody's on approach to Fort Lauderdale. We're good. Let's go. Landing lights. V1 and rotate. Gear going up. A little bit of a breeze there. I pressed a wrong button on the last flight. That's why my flight directors were gone. AP. Flaps up. I didn't do the after takeoff checklist. Vertical speed. And there's our first waypoint and our only one until vectors. So we have to go to C's here. And that should be passing C's and continue on this heading. Heading hold should be good. Passing 2,100 feet. Let's continue the climb to 16,000. Really small numbers. So there's 16,000. Let's turn to a heading of 180 degrees. Fort Lauderdale traffic, Silver Wings 441 is clear. And the airport heading south over to Unicom, Fort Lauderdale. All right, over to Unicom, so COM. And 122.8, flip it. There's 122.8. And we did get surveillance on. We're squawking mode Charlie. And that looks good. Climb is pretty good right now. Let's go to climb power. Oh, I think I forgot the takeoff checklist doesn't show up at the right time, but everything is good. Takeoff briefing was done, gust lock, flight controls, transponder boost, airflow, cabin crew. Well, we didn't tell the cabin crew anything, so they're not going to be pleased. After takeoff checklist, landing gear is up, flaps are up. Power management is going to climb. Power management is climb. Bleeds are on. Taxi takeoff lights are off. And that looks good. And that looks great. And this all looks really good. So we're heading south, and our next waypoint should be Asti. Do we have a waypoint next that's Asti? We do, but it's a long way away. There's Asti over there. So let's go direct Asti. Let's see, I missed some stuff. Sibby says -1 equals 1. PF Hinders, thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. Thank you for stopping by. I2 Cry is back. Welcome back. I2 Cry is flying over Vienna today. Across the pond will be in spring. We've heard that. And Pilot Omer is back too. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. And I didn't get the math, Joe. All right, let's go direct to Asti. DTO, Asti, execute, and nav. There we go. Flight plan. We do have one route discontinuity after Asti. We're going to close that right now, and that looks good. Captain Chris is here. Still at work, but almost done. Hey, great, Captain Chris. Hope it's a fast end to your shift. Yeah, I haven't heard what any of the changes are expected to be. Haven't heard them at all. And all of this looks good. Is it time to start the cross the pond hype now? I don't think so. Coming in over Miami. So there's Fort Lauderdale. And we're just going to go straight south. Nobody appears to be on approach, so we're not going to get in anybody's way. And our climb's going good. I haven't gotten any. Yeah, it's only going to be an annual event. I think I'm kind of one of those that's, grateful to what it is that they're doing, obviously. But at the same time, I think that there has been a certain amount of, it's very, very big. It's a very big event, okay? There's a lot of moving parts. It's hard to get organized. Usually there is a lot of hurry up and wait. I mean a lot of hurry up and wait. And I don't mean to be mean, but there's a little bit of, are we having fun yet? There's other long haul kinds of events. Cross the Land in Europe is really pretty good. I like Cross the Land. Cross the Ditch is a great event. It's about half the length of Cross the Pond, and that's a really good event. So again, at the risk of being or whatever, there has been a certain amount of, are we having fun yet? And in the middle of me yammering away, Russ did a resub, and Russ has been here for 60 months. 60 months, Russ is huge. Let's see. Russ is in Norway. You're heading home Tuesday via EKCH, EFHL, and DFW. So you're going to France first, Russ? I'm sorry it took me so long to see that. That was almost 20 minutes ago. Russ, thank you for the resub. How is your vacation in Norway going? And if you're still here, what's the best food that you've had so far in Norway? But sorry it took so long. This airplane is confusing, Russ. It's like, Okay, that checklist is complete. Come over here, Key West, and that's good. Yeah, we could cross the pond anytime, but again, like I said, there just becomes a part of it that is, Are we having fun yet? And let's go ahead and do landing lights off, devices off. They can pull out laptops and stuff now. Climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute's probably okay here. Not a lot of scenery here. Once we get to Key West, we can either redo a flight plan and stay in this airplane. We've done it for 2 flights already. Or we can go and hop in another airplane and do something else. I do remember there was a Cross the USA event, and I thought that was actually an okay event to do. I don't know that they're ever going to become paid. I think that once you start off as a non-profit type of organization, it becomes very difficult, I think, for you to become a profit. We've already got paid ATC if you want it. That's called Pilot Edge. It's good. You know, Pilot Edge is fairly nice. I think it's a great one. But the thing is there's also IVAO. So if all of a sudden, let's say that VATSIM started charging, I would probably say, K59 signal says posture check. Okay, thank you. You know, a lot of people I think would go over to IVAO. So, yeah, Pilot Edge is just the west coast of the United States, though. So, I don't know. Unpopular opinion also on my part is I actually was one that kind of felt like I was a little relieved, actually, that there wasn't across the pond because it's long. Sunset in Key West are beautiful. They're practically kinematic. Sibby keeping the comedy club open. Gotta keep the comedy club open. Just because it's so long. Well, see, the thing is I mean, it's also a really hard event to organize. It takes a lot of controllers, and a lot of organization. And because it's gotten so big, you need even more controllers and more airports. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the future of that is. And I think especially these days with all the drama in the real world, the best thing that you can do if you want to put on events and stuff like that is make them about as undramatic as you possibly can. You know, something that's just plain fun and joyful and a good time. Okay, back to performance. I'm about ready to put a straw poll out, and the straw poll is good if you're on YouTube or on Twitch. So, Okay, I'm about ready to pop a poll out. This is going to be on a cute little thing called straw poll. And straw poll is really kind of cool. That means if you're on VATSIM, you can, if you're on Twitch, you can vote. Or if you're on YouTube, you can vote. You just have to click the link there and you can monitor the results from wherever you are. Okay? And Sibby says that's the key to it. Okay, I get it. Arr. Okay, here we are coming up on our final cruising altitude of 16,000 feet. So you get to vote. There's 3 options. If cross the pond is only 1 time a year now, I understand people like it to be 2, but it also, oh, the period that was in there, it looked like a link. There's a period between Christmas and birthday and it looked like a new year. That's why it was. It's because there was the period between Christmas and birthday and it thought it was a link. Sorry about that, but I think it makes sense. Okay, looks like MD-11 cargo ops or A319 passenger ops is tied. Again, it's free to vote. And here is our final cruise. I think it was AutoMod that did that. And this looks good. So looks like we're going to be doing an MD-11 flight. So looking over here at the straw poll, the MD-11 is clearly winning right now, followed closely by A319 passenger ops, 737 passenger ops. Yeah, well, putting a period between 2 words is the problem. So word, no space, period, no space, word, makes it look like it's a link for a website, and we've had some problems with website links, so that's why that is. So it looks like we're talking about the possibility of some cargo ops. Let's see if there's anything up in the cargo. Hey, we've got the new DFW airport. We could depart out of DFW FedEx, and we could go someplace. Oak City is up. That's up. Not much else. It's pretty quiet here today. We've also got SeaTac. We could do Oakland up to Portland. That's a little bit of a longer flight, but we could do Oakland to Portland. That would be a cargo flight that we could do. But it looks like we're going to be doing an MD-11 cargo flight. I'll give it another 30 seconds or so if you want to pop in. All right, so cargo ops next. We'll have to figure out where we want to go from there. And we can do another straw poll in just a second, but I ought to figure out how we're doing. Okay, 16,000 feet. We are 40 miles from top of descent. Our speed is looking pretty good. So all of this looks good. Looking down here at page 3. We're all set for that. That looks really nice. So back to performance there. We don't need the takeoff page. We are on cruise page. Over on the other side, we are... That should switch over to top of descent. There we go. And we need to go over and turn this on to cruise. So cruise power. And there's cruise power. And 39 nautical miles to top of descent. All right, based on where I see ATC here, let's do another straw poll. because they're cool. All right, we've done that poll. Almost done. And I'm just going to look around and see if there's anything else here. Looks like Boston is up. Nothing in Canada right now. South America is pretty quiet. So is Brazil. Europe is quiet. Europe's going to bed. London's still exciting. Looks like Hamburg is up. So, but I bet they're going to go to bed soon too. All right, well, it's a Thursday evening. All right, got a new one for you. I'm going to put another link into chat. You get to use that link. And Caden says hydrate. We should hydrate. And Alicia Ellison says look at the outside of our airplane. Hydrate. Thank you. There's the outside of the airplane. It's a cool little prop liner. And it's working pretty good. Looks like Oakland to Portland is winning right now. All right, this all looks good. What was I going to look at here? We don't need that. We need to look at the arrival. So our arrival today... Whoops. All right, the fantasy arrival means we need to be out at 3,000 feet at tail, 8,000 at Goosal. Looks like Oakland to Portland is winning today. Let's see. Kuma, thank you for coming by and saying hi. Welcome aboard. Alicia Salem, do a flight with Air Haifa to Larnaca or Athens. I haven't heard of Air Haifa yet. Kuma, thank you for coming in and saying hi. Purple or pink? I think this is more of a pink airplane with a big white flamingo on the tail. With the ATR. I thought that going into Athens, it was Olympic that flew the ATRs. I thought that that's where it was. Yeah, looks like Oakland to Portland is winning quite a bit here. And we need to switch TCAS to normal. TCAS is now normal. Sibi, Air Haifa, is that it? I haven't heard about that one. That's a new airline. Kuma's back on Twitch now. Let's see. We have 118.2 is CTAF. .2. We got that set. And 16,000 feet and 4,000. They're based in, Ben says that airline is based in Israel. They have 5 ATRs that are new. Are they new or are they former Silver Airlines that got picked up? Because I hear the Silver Airlines have gotten, you know, just distributed all over the world now. So big old MD-11 flight. All right, looks like the votes are in. And Oakland to Portland. Oakland to Portland. Okay. Harold says there's an event in LLBG. Oh, Ben Gurion, there's an event tomorrow at in there. They recently got a 4X IHE. Miami weather is not looking good. No, tis the time of day and year that Miami, you know, clouds up, it's going to be a thunderstorm, that kind of a deal. Top of descent's coming up here in 13 miles. We said our first altitude is going to need to be 8,000 feet at Goosel. I wait until the top of descent gets about 5 miles, put in the 8,000 feet, and then we hit the VNAV button. Lots of big fluffy clouds out here. We're pretty much cleared. We're pretty much heading down the Florida Keys Highway now. But yeah, 'tis the time of day. You can also see some puffy clouds off on the horizon. So the beginning of some more convection or uplifting and the possibility of some thunderstorms in the area, which they get all the time. Let's see. Iconic Cloth had to do engine anti-ice. Yeah, we had anti-ice out of Newcastle. Hi, Mary Arbitrary. Welcome aboard. Some are old stock, some are new. Quite a few have been made for other airlines that never followed through. What? Airlines don't follow through? I'm shocked that that happens. Not really, but, you know. Airlines don't follow through on their commitment to buy an airplane?
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
FGIL just followed. Welcome aboard. FGIL, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. All right, so coming up around 10, let's see here. We'll wait till we get about 5 miles out, and then we'll see if we can't go and start our descent. Next flight's in the big monster MD-11. Six miles. I think you have to wait until 5 to dial in the altitude. United did that with the A350s? Really? That kind of blows me away. And 4 minutes to go. 4, let's see. All right. Yep, got to be less than 5. And we want to dial in 8,000 feet. There's 7.3. Ridiculously small numbers that you just can't see. Kuma's got a test tomorrow. Kuma, good luck with your test tomorrow. Good luck with that test. Get plenty of rest and hope you get an A. All right, let's hit VNAV. And VNAV is armed. Everything's good. Almost descent time. Make the map a touch bigger. All that looks good. So 8,000 at Goosel. And here's our descent deviation box. And now we've just started our descent. And let's just go ahead and let it go to 3,000 feet at tail now. That's 5.7. 3.7. 2.6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 3,000 feet at tail. Okay, we're good to go there. Ben, United always push back their order with the A350s into the 2030s, and they're still not sure if they want them. Really? Jose is back in chat on YouTube. Hi, Jose. Good afternoon. Tomorrow you're spotting in Seattle at SeaTac in the morning. Hopefully the weather cooperates. For all of the time that we laugh at, the droopy weather in the UK, it always seems to be, raining,
Overt drop
raining in
received.
Seattle, right?
Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
Jet fuel?
Let's see. Agent Captain Chris just did a donation. I think that is what a donation looks like. Captain Chris, thank you for a nice jet fuel donation. Thank you for awesome support. Very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. That will be, those kinds of things go right into the special place, the special little place that I keep stuff for new airplanes and new payware airports. So put it right back into the live stream, and thank you. Going a little fast here. Why don't we go ahead and roll the throttle back just a bit. No speed restrictions here. There would be if we were landing to the east. This is an important arrival. When you come in on the arrival, the airport, Key West is here. The Key West Naval Air Station is over here. So don't be fooled by the air station. Go to Key West. This one, has cranky people. They don't like strangers there. Very cranky people. This is the year that they're going to decide whether or not they're going to keep the order of the A350s or take it off the books. Really? Yeah, I think that's kind of what they do. Yeah, that's a military air base. It's not a place to, mess around. Okay, got that all set. Our descent is really good. Boy, cloudy today. Probably not one of those days that you need a ton of sunscreen in Florida. Most days you really do, but it looks like it's mostly cloudy and yucky today. Looks like we're going to be a touch high here. So this is when I usually take control. We're going to go down and vertical speed. So reducing my throttles a little bit and adding nose down. And that's too much. Because we needed to be above 3,000 feet at over here. Let's see. Ben says our favorite airplanes. Ben always has a great update for us. So V-Spy, the Miss Money airplane from Virgin Atlantic, is going to Vegas. Let's see. There's another airplane from Virgin Atlantic named after Joan Jett from Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. So Joan Jett is going to Riyadh, and my favorite Aegean jetliner that used to have Athena on the side, SX-DVD, is spending the night in Thessaloniki. No, Sibby, it's not spending the night in the water off the coast of Thessaloniki. I know what you were thinking. I know what you were thinking. The 737 has been released from, the 900 has been released from PMDG. I don't know that I've got the money for another couple of cups of coffee for the 900, Captain Minnesota. I'm very happy with my 800. I kind of just think that that's pretty good. It's $20 for previous owners. I've got a grade 737. Did they ever find that airplane? I don't know. Maybe they've turned it into a fish reef or something like that. Yeah, I think save money on this one. Is there a big difference between the 800 and the 900? Yes, the 800 carries more passengers. It goes further. Carries more cargo. But I've got everything I need in my 800. Do I really need another one? And TCAS to below. And 118.2. Yeah, I think the 800's gay. I haven't done that one. I haven't flown the MAX really since then. Well, the couple of cups of coffee thing is probably one of the big things that they're probably regretting saying. Okay, landing elevation, FMS, MDA. Let's see, it's 253 feet. So 253 on the MDA, 250. MDA is set. Arrival briefing, yeah, sort of. Yeah, but I've been super duper happy with my 800 and just don't feel the need to do another one. Okay, I'm going to continue to let it handle the descent down to 2,000 feet. So 2,000 feet at burpee. The 900 is really only used in the U.S. with United and Delta and Sun Country and not many other airlines. So the 800 is still a very good airline. Senor Tomasi, the MAX 8 is great. Senor Tomas is having a good, still flying the MAX 8 from iFly. $5,000 feet and put away your devices. Landing lights going on. Key West traffic. Silver Wings 441's an ATR 24 miles to the east of the airport, setting up for the RNAV runway 27, Key West. Our descent is at about 1,000 feet per minute. I think you can punch it in manually. You sure can. All right, we need to start reducing our speed here. We're kind of coming in a little hot, so 180. Throttles down to idle. There's 180 and throttle back up here. And that's probably good for the moment. We're going to continue to let it go down to 1,800. And there is 800 feet per minute. Let's go to about 700 feet per minute. Land ho! There we go. And over here, we need to go to landing. VAPS 115. Let's call it 120 to land. .500 feet per minute. Speed up again a little more to hold 180. And we're right on our descent profile. Not bad. The iFly, not the, you're talking about the iFly. Yeah, the iFly Boeing 737 MAX. That's the one that we all were flying and having a really good time with before PMDG, you know, while they were doing their update. And I'm grateful that they did their update, but at the same time, that was a really good airplane. I don't think we need parachute yet. It's not really that bad. The situation's not that dire. Look at that. We haven't even scratched the paint on the airplane yet. Haven't even scratched the paint on the airplane. And VAP, so 120 to land. And let's reduce our throttle a bit. Hi, Ben. Oh, that's for Sibby. And reducing our speed. Props are going down. Approach checklist. Seatbelts are on, landing lights, altimeters, cabin altitude, everything is checked and set. Altimeters should be 3000. Uh-oh. Altimeters checked and set. Speed's coming down. How about flaps 1? Flaps are 1. And we said 120. There we go. There's 120. Ben thinks we need possible life jackets. Landing gear lever. Gear going down. Everything looks good up there. Everything looks nice there. Throttling up a little more. And collapse. And throttle up a little more. Don't want us to slow down too much. And there you go. That's about as good as it's going to get on this one. After landing, so we're landing on runway 27. After landing, we are exiting to the left at Alpha 2. Left at Alpha 2. Daniel has just landed the 747. The 737. November 321. This is a floatable airport for sure. Okay, we're doing really good. 130, that's nice. Our descent's pretty good. Awfully nice little airplane. The other approach has these really great alligator ponds at the end of the runway. This one doesn't have much. It's also kind of more fun to come in over the town. Next flight, if you'd like to join us, is the MD-11. We're taking the MD-11 from Oakland, California to Portland, Oregon. I will update the next command for you so you know what the IC cows are if you'd like to plan a flight and join us. Those kinds of alligators, yep. You don't have to take an MD-11. You could take a passenger plane. You could take your new 737 900 from PMDG if you'd like. You could also bring pizza with pineapple. Absolutely. All right. First thing, don't see the runway. Next thing, looking for that Naval Air Station to not land there. Because, you know, that would be bad. And we're slowly coming down to 1,500 feet per minute. We'd also like to avoid taxiways. That's a good thing to do. No taxiways. We do not want to do a Harrison Ford. Those kinds of alligators. No problems, Inchworm. So far, this approach is pretty good. We are definitely a little bit on the crabby side. Key West traffic. Silver Wings, 441s and ATR. We are approximately 7 miles from runway 27 landing Key West. That's right. Taxiways reserved for Harrison Ford. Hey, look at that. There's the air station. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. And Miami Center says, no, no, no. What do you think you're doing? You can't be doing that. 132.2.
I'll be descending through 19.
Miami Center, Silver Wings 441 is 5 mile finals for 27 at Key West.
So wing 441, Miami, runway 27, clear to land.
27 clear to land, Silver 441, thank you.
American 734, runway 1 left, continue via Whiskey Island, DC for you shortly.
We could go to Luton, but I don't know that we have the fuel. I don't know that we have the fuel. I got the runway.
Air 13 Sierra Yankee Miami, runway 1 right, unavailable for turbojets. Expect the weather's not going up. Expect visual
There
approach
could
runway
be air
1 left.
tankers available.
Air 13 Yankee, descend to maintain 2,000. Air correction 3,000. Lufthansa 460, turn left on Zulu, cross runway 26 left to Zulu, Zulu, Quebec to the ramp, good eye. Okay, Doris.
Miami American 200 with you 370.
500.
American 200,
I got
good afternoon.
off the center line here while we were tuning the radio. Hello, Key West.
Approaching minimum.
American 774, runway 1 left, cleared for takeoff.
Minimum. Minimum.
Landing. We're a little crabby here. Mountain Man, we heard.
200.
Unfortunately, I'm done drinking coffee, so I don't need a couple of cups of coffee today, Mountain Man.
100. 50. 40. 30.
Okay, let's up the 460, no worries.
10.
That was a strong wind. That was a really gusty wind there. Welcome to Key West. Almost flipped over. Yeah, the smaller the airplanes when it's windy, you can flip these things now. Yeah, I mean, 20 bucks, you know what? I could get a small pizza. Yeah, that's our new global currency in flight simming, is a couple of cups of coffee. I think it is, Thalo. I mean, seriously, that's going to become as famous as watch out for snakes, or a mushy nose wheel, or, Thalo, poopy suits. Yeah, November 321. I think we'd prefer to have the pizza, right? And if you don't know what all those silly things, or soon, yes, soon. All right, strobes, everything looks good there. Yeah, pizza.
74 for the contact, say altitude.
Altitude.
Soaring 441, text or empty Alpha.
Alpha for Silver 441. Thanks for some nice ATC. Have a good weekend.
You too, American 774, turn left.
That's right. We paid 30 bucks for DFW. November 321 would get 2 medium pizzas and be a very happy camper.
Air France 616, my center, no worries. Squawk 4617.
I don't think this is my Key West scenery. This looks like default. Uh-oh. Landy says the 737-800 changelog looks good. Mountain Man doesn't get any more coffee. You bought yeah, for 2024. No more coffee for Mountain Man. So we're going to start a GoFundMe for Mountain Man's second cup of coffee.
Temp airport 12 o'clock and
30 bucks. Yeah, the DFW scenery was a bit pricey, Captain Sibby.
American Sun 74, Prisoner Gandhi. One 3 Sierra Yankee, cleared visual approach, runway 1 left.
Okay, that looks really good. Everything's nice up here. Probe heaters can go off. Everything else is good up there. And we got some props slowly spinning to a stop down here. That looks really good. We can come down to surveillance and go to standby. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and engage the prop brake now. Prop brake is engaged. And that looks good. Those swords are stopping to spin. Stopping its spin. So we'll do beacon and seatbelts. Come over here. Aircraft. Wheel chocks. Get some ground power. Main door, tail prop, cargo door. And we made it. Nobody was hurt. And all that looks great. This was a cool airplane. It really is. I'm glad it finally works again. Landing rate, let's see how bad it was. Minus 190, 1.10 Gs. Well, gee, that sounds pretty good. That's not a bad landing rate. I could live with that, a minus 190. You know, somebody might have spilled one of their cups of coffee, though. And we're going to get our fat sim. Yes, this is the Asobo ATR. It is. Minus 180 into Key West. I think it's amazing, too. Keep in mind, we had really gusty winds coming in here. Thankfully, everybody can make their own choice. Maybe not quite as buttery as I would like it to be, but with the gusty winds and stuff like that, I think it was really pretty good. All right, let's go, and while the sim's recycling, let's see what's happening in Oakland. All right, so let's see. Oakland, no ATC in Oakland. We're going to Portland, though. So Portland is landing on ILS 10 left and 10 right. So we'll probably come in and expect 10 right. So 10 right is, I think. You probably do. Okay, all that looks good. We're going to be flying cargo down in Oakland. So there's Oakland right there. Oakland does have digital ADAS, so we can see what's going on there. I really did not fly the 900 hardly at all. I think the biggest reason that I flew it is because Moose took the time to make a really nice livery. And that was the big reason. Let's see. Runways 30 and 28 right. So my guess is we're departing on runway 30. So runway 30 for departure. All right. Controllers to Boeing mode. And let's get a sim. Clipped out Panda, you just had to auto land into Vienna because the fog is so thick. And it was a wee bit firm in the Phoenix. I think so. Yeah, Sibby, I think that airplane is also available in Flight Sim 2020, and we actually flew the wings off of it in Flight Sim 2020. So yeah, I think you should have it in your hangar too. All right, Panda plane, right? FDX and KOAK going KPDX Portland. This is going to be an MD-11. I don't know, Sibby. I don't know how you're going to be able to sleep tonight without knowing right here and right now if you've got it. Seriously. I'd be up all night thinking, oh, is it really in there or isn't it? I'm, of course, attempting to be funny again. I think we're coming in on 10, right? You're not going to tell me? Okay. All right, all this looks good. There's a little ATC, so how about 15 minutes? And all this looks good. Let's go. Generate flight. You've got to keep some secrets. Absolutely. Let's see. Current plan. Yes. That looks good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. This is going to be a flight at 34,000 feet. Oakland, Grateful, Hetchu, and Timbers filed. We're good to go there. And we're going to come over here to the FedEx ramp. Let's see. Time to bribe Sibby with crazy amounts of coffee to get the information. I think it's going to need to be something other than coffee. I don't think that coffee is quite the currency you think it is in Athens. Uzu, gyros, pizza, that might do it, but probably not. All right, I'll put my flight plan in. According to Wikipedia, every airline that flies the 900 also flew the 800 and the 700. Sibi would prefer something stronger than coffee. All right, all that stuff is done. Did we get the correct flight plan set up here? Yep, we did. Don't need that page anymore. Don't need this page anymore. We'll come over with that. Slide this down here. And the flight plan. Okay, let's see. Sibi had a nice, I'm going to assume a beer today, right? Or did you have a nice bear? You realize that could lead to an unbearably funny joke. Sibi had, oh, that looks good. It was an IPA beer. Metal Bootstrap Brewing, and it was an IPA that you had. Okay, all of that looks really good. Let's get some charts going here. It was really good. Interesting. You're not a realism purist and you just fly the MAX 8. It's a good airplane. I think that the MAX 8 is a great airplane to go flying around. I think it's one that's worth your time. And you can fly it in a VATSIM event and it's going to work really good. Okay, let's go and import the flight plan from SimBrief. Oakland to PDX. There we go. And there's our route. Airports. Oakland. Charts. Taxi. And our departure. SIDS out of Oakland. direct Oakland, it didn't actually give me a departure. It didn't actually give me a departure. So Oakland 6 departure probably. Oakland 6 to vectors. Okay. PDX charts coming in. It's the Timbers arrival. And we're expecting 10 right, but we'll get left 2 since both are active. And that's all we're going to need. So on the Oakland 6 departure, no initial climb clearance. No initial climb clearance on that one. After departure, our heading is going to be 290 degrees, and then vectors. Let's see. Thalo needs something hard, something strong after how hard you had to work today. Were there some jokes that you had to avoid? What's the next step after mastering airliners? Which type of aircraft? I think after you've gotten into some airliners and you're ready to go and you're doing good with airliners, kind of feel like the next thing to really work on is getting really good with your VATSIM ATC. That's really the place to get good. Is flying the airplane the way you need to fly the airplane. Being able to hop into your airplane that you're good at and fly Frankfurt Friday without getting in the way, without missing a turn, without being in the right place in the right time for your whole flight. I think that's the best thing to do. Flying for fun, it should be in there. You may need to go into your content manager and go into your library, search ATR, right click on it. You may need to enable it. Other than that, it should be waiting for you there, flying for fun. All right, we're going to do an MD-11. Oh, MD-11 over here. MD-11. And it's already configured to be the Panda plane. We're going to KOAK, Oakland. Oakland. You could also get into military planes. If you do want to get into military, I'm going to suggest you take a look at DCS World, because that's going to be a much tougher sim to get good at, but you have the opportunity to do carrier landings, and if you want, you can actually fly airplanes that, will shoot at you, as, that's what happens in combat, right? That's right. I remember when you flew the Vulcan in your flight simulator. As I recall, we weren't too terribly impressed with the sound. It was okay, but we thought it could be better. At least that was a long time ago, I think. November 321 has an F-16. I learned the FA-18 Hornet in DCS World, and that's where I learned how to do the carrier brake, which is really a cool maneuver. That's right, it didn't have the howl sound that you get in the Vulcan. Uh-oh. I don't think I have the scenery loaded. We don't need it. I never really did much in the F-16. I did the FA-18 Hornet. Let's see if GSX will set up, give us some stairs. All right, this is a FDX, and this is going to be an MD-11. Dalo, yeah, they got a little MD-11 going on here. All right, we're there. Let's see if Volanta will let us on. When you don't want to use your brain, you just Control E. And there's our stairs. Got another MD-11 here. Here comes Volanta. Add a flight plan. Import from SimBrief. And there we go. Volanta should be good. And you have to refresh the overlay, and it should be all ready. All right, doors are open, so we can come down here and go to services. Passenger 1L door, cargo main, and here comes the big cargo door. Flo Calla likes the F4 in DCS World. Well, all MD-11s are cool in Flight Sim. We all like our MD-11s. All right, I think everything's ready to go here, so let's do dispatch, import the flight plan, and it's turn on the airplane time. It's Betty time. Ground power. External power.
Autopilot.
And let's do emergency power. Let's come down here. Emergency exit lights. Navigation lights. Overhead background lighting. Panel lighting. And we should also do panel lighting on the flight guidance system. Cool. Check our controllers. Controllers are good. Check the USB controls. And controls are good there. Let's do the FMC. FMC 1. Navigation data is current and correct. Now we can come over here and do send flight plan to the FMC. And it's in there. According to the flight plan, our alternate is what? Seattle? Yeah. So K SEA SeaTac. Our flight today is an FDX. Flight 441. Stop there, come on up here, and we're going to do IRSs and the cargo fire test. There's cargo fire test, and we'll turn on the rest of the IRSs and initialize. And initialization is good. Our cost index today is going to be 20 up to Portland. And our cruise level is flight level 340. There we go, page 2. Come on over here, and now we're going to set the payload and the fuel. Payload and fuel are set. Go to the payload page, and it should be 431.8, and it is 431.8. So the number's correct, 431.8. 57.8 is our zero fuel weight. Block fuel should be 50,000.149, and it's 50,100. So 50.1 is our block fuel. 50.1 is block fuel. Takeoff center of gravity. Center of gravity. Just click those. Taxi fuel is 1.5. 4.6 is route reserve, is contingency. Final reserve is 7.29, so 7.3. And block fuel is 50.1. We'll just put that in for refueling. All right, that looks good. Let's do the hydraulic pressure test. Click the hydraulic button, come up here, make sure hydraulics is shown. And with that, we're gonna come to the hydraulic panel, activate the hydraulic pressure test. Benjamin, do you know how I can connect SimBrief to the AnyBuilds A350? You need to go into that airplane's version of the electronic flight bag, which is actually the big monitor to the left. You need to probably go... You need to not listen to me, Benjamin. Jaron Post 78 says Flight Ops menu, third party tab, type it in, and there you go. Do it, Jaron says. Thank you. I'm glad you remembered. I was trying. Okay, what is it again? I haven't been in that in a while. All right, and we should start getting, yep, it's pressurizing the hydraulics. So it pressurized that one. Now it's going to pressurize this one. So hydraulics are good. Flight plan. And our departure, Oakland, SID, and we're expecting runway 30. I don't think it's going to be any one of these. The Oakland 6 departure. And no transition and insert. Oh, you're in the A350 right now. How are the Wassums going on there? That's why I just haven't been in there. The Wassum crashes have been such a pain in the butt. How's it working for you? Giovanni is back in chat. Thank you for popping that in. And let's do PDX. Arrival. 10 right. It's the Timbers 3 arrival via Machu. And I think Scapo, but let's see first. Okay, so coming on in here, we're coming out at Pub. Sure, we'll do it. We'll probably not need it, but let's pop that in. All right, come over here. It says that everything's pressurized and good. Starting up the APU. APU starts. Having a great time. Installed the Pratt & Whitney FS Labs this afternoon. Insane VRAM usage. So you're back to the good old A350. Yeah, that's what the FS Labs is really pretty cool. The FS Labs is an awesome airplane.
Autopilot.
But, I think I hit the wrong button. I think I just wiped everything out with the power there. Whoopsie. LIRF to LSZH Zurich. And we need to rearm this. Oh, please tell me that I don't have to put all of that back in. I bet I do. Nav data is good. All of that's good. Page 2. That's still in there, thankfully. That's in there, thankfully. Flight plan still in there. Yay. Arrivals still in there. Takeoff and approach. VRAM is out of control. The new cabin. Really? All right. I did not get an auto ATC. I did not get an auto ATC. Zero 0607. We're going to need a CTAF here. $127.2. And then 1 to 2.8. Looks good there. Okay, no initial climb clearance. Let's leave it at 10,000 feet. After takeoff on the Oakland departure, we are 290 degrees. So let's put in 290 as a heading. 290. There we go. That looks good. Haven't figured out vectors, Victor, yet. Okay. Let's come over to performance. And we're expecting runway 30 for departure. Get information. Altimeter is 3001. 3001. That looks good. 3001. Takeoff weight is in, and let's do the rest of it. So it's going to be flaps 10 and flex 59. Flaps 10 on dial a flap. Flaps 10. 59 degrees for flex. Okay, the runway is no slope and a 10 knot headwind. So 0.0 slash plus, for already forgot, 10 knots. That goes over there. The temperature is 19 degrees Celsius. 19 degrees Celsius. Probably getting stuffy in the airplane. Let's go ahead and turn on the APU bleed. And let's come over here to services, close the big door. And we'll just do the passenger door right now too. And speeds for takeoff. Speeds are 145, 158, 172. 145, 158, 172. 145. 158, 172, that looks good. Let's go down and turn these off for now. That looks good. Let's disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. And go to services. Ground power disconnects. Look down here for parking brakes are on. Shocks. There. Let's have GSX push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. We'll probably see somebody come walking out the door. There goes our stairs. There goes the stairs. That other FedEx is gone.
We are ready for pushback.
And we're ready to be pushed back. How's that sound? There goes the truck. Everything's good down there. Traffic, data, airports. That looks good.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Transponder. Altitude reporting. We're broadcasting mode Charlie. We're going to push back, nose to the right. Nose to the right. Dad, game time. Thank you for coming in today. We are going to Portland. They have a lot of really great brew pubs in Portland. Lots of really good brew pubs in Portland. Probably some fairly decent pizza, I'm imagining, too. Go to engines. Cabin signs. Nose to the right, tail to the left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Engine ignition on. Cabin signs. Beacon. And parking brakes.
Commencing push.
Here we go.
All engines clear. Start at will.
A very big plane. It always has to do a little bit of a freak out here in Oakland. Even if you've got, you know, payware or whatever, it always gets a little weird on the initial pushback. And wait for the engines to get beyond the little crew line there. And it's time to start. Starting engine number 1. Lift it out. Light goes on. Announce the engine starts. N2 goes up. Oil stays the same. 18% like they do at Lufthansa Cargo. $15, $16, $17, and $18. Fuel. That's supposed to be the size of a real person there.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Locking gear.
Engine number 1 starts. Polyot is back. You got a good nap in. Yay. We had 2 really good flights in the ATR. We landed safely in Dublin, and a representative from Art's Tavern was waiting for us with a really nice pint of Guinness. Then we switched over to a Silver Wings ATR and flew from Fort Lauderdale down to Key West. And now we've got a cargo flight into Portland, Oregon. Zerzar, yeah, the Panda just kind of makes you smile, right? It just kind of makes you smile.
Left is clear. Right is
And we
clear.
need all the smiles we can get these days. Landy says it's probably the GSX pushback profile, not the airport. Am I using freeware? I've got to pay where I just didn't load it in. So that's the crazy part, George. Yesterday, I started Flight Sim and started the ATR and just started up the airplane to see if it would do the same thing that it's been doing to me all this time. And it didn't do that. It worked perfectly. I don't know how I fixed it. They've just put the cost of Guinness up by quite a lot. Did you take out a mortgage? Well, it was Pixel Guinness. So the good news is Pixel Guinness stayed the same. 17 and 18 and fuel. Yeah, Pixel Guinness is the same price. Real stuff, I don't do an awful lot of real stuff anymore. I've become a lightweight. Really? So Guinness went up in cost, huh? Wow. All right, really good starts on all three of our engines. I was setting the trim while we were waiting. Let's do AP bleed off. Flaps are going to be 10. Before takeoff items, auto brake, speed brake. GSX says there's an update you can use an electronic pushback car too. Really? Hey, that's kind of cool actually. They forecast another cost increase by summer too. Landy, you picked up some cases of Guinness for $30 each at Costco? Really? All right. LNAV. Nav and profiler armed. Shall we go? Do I think, well, it is for me, for somebody that's, you know, flying and streaming at the same time. It absolutely is. Taxi lights on. Parking brakes are off. Let's see if we can go. Some of the best views outside of a jetliner, I'm told, is in this airplane right here. Oakland traffic, FedEx 441's coming out of FedEx land at Bravo 3. Bravo to Whiskey and runway 30. Oakland. Always have to kind of push the throttles up a little bit more as you're making the turns, these tight 90s in this airplane, a 90-degree turn. It's a short month. That's a great excuse. The short month excuse always works. So Guinness is going up. Really? All right. And bonsoir, Mustache. Welcome, welcome. The EAD box is green, so we're ready to go. Do not tell Two-Tone Murphy. I know. I forgot to load in Oakland. I think I should probably just move Oakland over to the permanent community folder. Polyot says that Guinness is overpriced puddle water as it is. A lot of people are switching to alternatives like Titanic. I had a sinking feeling you were going to mention that. Near, far, wherever you are. You knew that joke was coming, right? I had somebody here once refer to it at that little Irish pub that I used to work at, referred to it as burned Starbucks. You know, hated Guinness. It tastes like burned Starbucks. Terrible coffee. Just didn't like it at all. And he said, really? Oh, that means that, you know, you got it someplace where they don't know how to pour it. Here, this one's on the house. Poured it correctly, and the guy said, oh, wow, that was really pretty good. If you pour it correctly, it can taste really, really good. Got a Southwest coming out. I don't know, though. Overpriced puddle water is better than what they refer to some things here. I grew up in Colorado where they called it, you know, pure Rocky Mountain whiz water, although they didn't use the W word. Ah, that's right. Your family is Irish, so that's right. You were able. That's right. You're pre-trained. £6 42 pence in England for a pint. Did I say that right, Keith? £6 42 pence. Chris says we should have done more ATR flights. We'd been in the ATR for 2 flights today. I do kind of like to change it up. I said it right, really. All right, gotta learning the currency too. Oakland traffic, FedEx 441 is an MD-11 taking off on runway 30, departing to the north. Oakland. Hey there, November. Oh, that's for Polya. And, nope, that's somebody else. Strobes or high intensities on this one. Landing lights out. I imagine now that I've got it working, we're going to start to use it a lot more, Chris, so it's not going away. It's not going away. Are we ready to go?
Subscriber confirmed.
Let's get ready to rumble. Throttle's going up.
Noted.
Speedbird just came in with a nice resub. Hi, Speedbird. Thank you for a nice resub. Thrust is set. Knots. Speedbird, thanks for being here for 47 months. And really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. V1, hands off the throttles, we're flying. And rotate. Below 2,000 feet at Oak 4. Watching the gear tuck themselves away, unless it's a 737. Yeah, that does feel like cheating, doesn't it? Yeah, I really like that little set, you know, the shot that we have of the landing gear. There's the little middle one. But yeah, the landing gear is pretty cool. I like having that one. Betty remains aboard. Direct grateful. Oakland traffic, FedEx 441 Heavy is clear of runway 30. Clear of the airport, departing to the north. Over to Unicom. Happy landings, Oakland. And 122.8. You too. 122.8. Exponent is back. Feel the wheel stops rotating a bit sooner, though the rear wheel brake on the moving the landing gear. So you think that the wheels would still be rotating as it's going into the bay? Betty remains aboard. Flaps. Slats. There goes our slats. Thalo has had a very nice nap today. As long as your nose wheel wasn't mushy. Okay, after takeoff items, auto brakes off, speed brakes disarmed, dial a flap back to 15 for landing, and after takeoff items are done. At least that's what I remember Claudia saying as far as the after takeoff items in this airplane from the Lifty Cargo videos. Let's see, something about your nose. Rear wheels get brakes applied and front wheels keep rotating into the bay. Briggsy had a very nice nap today. I really could have done a little bit extra nap to do. I woke up today really kind of tired, and I even went to bed early and had a good dinner and didn't drink too much coffee yesterday, and you know, all of that, you know, good stuff. So I don't know. Continue the climb to flight level 340. But I woke up really kind of tired today. Still that way. Did you give everybody the flu? Thank goodness we only get like 0-day viruses, and we can't be given, you know, sicknesses, you know, over things like Twitch and YouTube. Man, that would just be bad. Nice day for a flight in the big old MD-11 out of the Bay Area. Pauliette says there's been an update for the DFW. We ought to plan on doing a DFW thing. Speedbird, I'm glad. A lot of it's going to depend on how they decide to bring it back. Really, that's kind of how it is with me, is how are they going to bring it back? You know, if they're going to be able to bring it back and make it a big event that nobody gets excluded from and stuff like that, you know, I'll be excited about it. But if it's going to be one of those things where, you know, they're going to have the lottery and there's going to be a lot of hurry up and wait, you know, I'm not sure how excited that is going to make people. Thalo could not get to sleep last night. You need to get a recording of the stream. Oh, I've ended up having to turn off VODs on Twitch. All of a sudden, Twitch started getting really twitchy about about the theme song that we've been playing at the beginning of the live stream since literally it started, which is a no copyright sound song. And I wasn't getting copyright hits, but they're little, you know, warnings. So I've had to turn that off. But if you do want to see any of the live streams or catch back up, it's over on YouTube. So they're over on YouTube. Doesn't have a problem with the music and doesn't go into freak out mode. But I just, you know, we don't need to mess with Twitch and their twitchiness. So that way, Thalo, there's always the last stuff is on YouTube. Chris felt, yeah, I wasn't tired last night, but just could have stayed in bed all day. Toby has finished a 6-hour, 34-minute flight from Doha to Gatwick and a very nice landing. Congratulations, Toby. Second flight, 4 hours in the FS Labs. Performance for Mountain Man has been great. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. So far, so good. You're having a good day? Fly Sky Slow says VRAM madness. Mountain Man, yeah, you've come in and you've said it's really good performance, but we've had a few people say that the VRAM is a little bit on the harsh side for them. Altimeter 2992, 18,000 feet or relatively close. I'll go, and like I said, Polyot suggested download the latest version and take it on a flight off the live stream and see how it works. We'll do that. Well, yeah, the performance for me has been absolutely terrible. So it's just it's pretty much unusable for me. ACARS, weather, KPDX, Portland, send it, retrieve it, and there's the latest weather. Winds are 130 at 12, altimeter 3008. Speedbird remembers an arrival at Schiphol in the FS Labs, and it was a PowerPoint presentation. And all of this looks perfect. Let's see, Small Bats is here. Welcome back, Small Bats. And I2 Cry is doing Rome to Athens. Polyot just did a really nice command. Thank you for putting the VOD up for that. Very nice, thank you. Mountain Man is on a 4090 and has not had any issues. Thanks, Polyot. That was great. That was really fast, too. And you've got the flu. That really was quick. Landy says the Flight Sim Lads added a new cabin, and that's tanked performance. We are 459 miles away from Portland. Landy would like an extra 8 gigabytes of RAM, thank you. Polyot has seen improved performance in the Flight Sim Labs too. Landy says that my machine would be on its knees trying it. I'm going to give it a try, but like Polyot said, I'm going to do it offline because that's probably not going to be much fun. And unless, you know, you turn on live streams to watch people suffer, chances are it's not going to be, you know, your cup of tea. All right, seatbelts are off, smoking is on. Nav beacon high intensities, landing lights are off. Yeah, it's called, you're likely listed in the Epstein files. I didn't believe that I said that. Man, that was like blam. Well, watching people suffer. Landy has been, I've been changed the subject, Dave, please. I've been experimenting with removing files, but I haven't found the right ones. Oh, to find the cabin. It's rumored that he had a Fortnite account. Really? I mean, maybe I'm like, okay, I'm not a Fortniter, but I hear that Fortnite is for like kids. That's where kids go to play, right? Did he have a Fortnite account? And am I right? It's a kids game? Roblox. Okay, it's Roblox. That's the kid. Okay, so Fortnite is more adults. So it's at least it's like not going and opening an account at Romper Room or something like that. Jeez. Fortnite is for everybody. Roblox is for kids. Okay. Hey, I'm just getting back into Tetris, okay? So, oh man. I don't want to blame them too much, but the 3D model is not that great, and they still manage to have poor performance when the Phoenix is beautiful and awesome. It is. Okay, that's different, okay? That's different, Pauliette. You're playing with your 7-year-old nephew. Well, Speedbird, that's for... Fortnite is for everybody. I'm just getting my game straight. I know. I'm unplugged, but still. Yeah, so if you're playing with your kids or your nephews or your grandkids, that's one thing. Fortnite is supposed to be only for people, but you're not. I haven't really gotten into any of that, so I have no idea. I mean, you know, they kind of look a little bit the same to me. Come on, you like kicking the kids' asses when you're at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, but yeah, see, I thought it was a kids' game too, but their flight model is off. Oh, really? And there's another huge update in the Phoenix? Well, yeah, I mean, I've looked at Fortnite streams, and they kind of look the same as some of those other things that I guess I'm not getting. I mean, I remember watching Agent Bravo 7 playing Sonic the Hedgehog, and I couldn't keep up with that one. And it was amazing to watch, and Agent is brilliant at Sonic, but I know I couldn't figure it out. It's a free-to-play game, and it's monetized with cosmetics. I am not wearing makeup. I did that in television. I'm not buying cosmetics. I know, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to have fun. Okay, everything looks good here. Many cosmetics. Oh gosh. Placid flight level 310, going to flight level 340. Let's go to performance. Thank you, November 321. Well, see, the thing is, when they go in and they do a television studio, they set up all the lights to make the TV studio look good. So they have to take on a bunch of makeup on their people. If they would set up the lighting, you know, create the lighting scheme of a set so that you could light for your people, you would still look good and you wouldn't have to cake on all of the makeup and stuff. That's why I have different colored gels on the two little lights that are over there. And I've got, actually, it looks blue over my shoulder, but it's actually a deep purple to offset, you know, the golden gels over there. I lit for myself and made everything else look good. So it's just the priorities. And I get all over, all on a big old soapbox about, you know, TV news set lighting. Not a fan of the Disney Haunted Mansion look. You've really, there was, and God, when high definition first came out, oh my, the level of makeup freak out that happened. I'm so grateful to be here on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for making this possible. IQB, welcome back in the haunted flight stream. Well, it depends. See, the station that I worked at, this was like the biggest monster #1 station in the whole market. They'd been that way for 30 freaking years. They were like the best. Everybody knew it. All they did was take their old cameras and turn them into 16:9. And that was about it. And they did that for the first 3 years of high definition. The station was high definition, but all we did was change the camera to 16:9. They actually didn't put high definition in there. And the camera, the little camera that's right there, that's actually a high definition camera. The one that I'm using right there. So there's the back of the camera right now. So that's it right there. That's kind of my little set and stuff like that. But the camera and stuff, that's actually full HD. It's not big at all. It's actually pretty cool. But, you know, that's like, oh, the decisions they made. I mean, that's the kind of decision making that leads to set, you know, shiny new jetliners being turned into smoking holes in the ground. Only fortunately, we were just talking about TV news. Yeah, that's just a small little video. It's actually a little bit old, but that's the little video. You were on a studio tour here? Yeah, that's right. That video I did send to you. Well, yeah, we've got time. This is going to be a really great time. So the video itself, that's the back side of my little camera that I've got there. Those are, you know, styrofoam coolers that I've used to put, you know, things in for an actual set. That's the camera that I'm using right now. And sadly, it's starting to, you know, get some dead pixels. So hopefully that doesn't slow down. You can see off to the left, that's GSX. There's the old chair. And that's the old throttle setup there. I no longer use those blue tubs anymore. So the blue tubs aren't there anymore. Obviously, the autopilot's gotten a little bit bigger. But yeah, that's kind of what I see. Oh yes, you've got to have a little duck. Got to have a little duck there. But that's what I see. That's my incredibly cool world. And, you know, when I'm saying thank you so much for, you know, supporting me and helping me to keep this thing going and all that other stuff, you know, really nice stuff there. Definitely from the heart. I've been able to make this wonderful little world, and I'm so grateful to be here. Actually, so back in my world, the no sticker, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is from. It's from Apollo 13. And the reason that I have the no sticker, which is right here, there's the no sticker. The button that you were talking of that it's over is the go live button. It's the go live button. Okay? One day I was recording a video. And I thought I had hit the record button, which is right next to the go live button. Well, I didn't. I hit the go live button. And it was sort of like, I had no idea. And I was live, you know, for a long time trying to record this video. I didn't look like an idiot. It was terrible. Bronco Maniac, welcome aboard. The keyboard is from Corsair. Sibby sent me a link to this one a long time ago, and it is a Corsair keyboard, and Sibby said it was aircraft aluminum. So it's aircraft aluminum. November 321, you remember that? Yeah. And Speedbird remembers that day. I had no idea I was live, so yeah. And I think really the next day or something like that, rather recently, right after I did that thing from Go Live, I was watching Apollo 13. And, you know, Kevin Bacon stuck the little thing up there, which the real astronaut did because they were oxygen deprived. They were tired. They were sick. And that button right there is what, you know, disengages the, you know, the LEM. And they didn't want to blow the LEM with the door off and with two guys in the LEM. So put a little sign on there that says, no, don't push this button. So, yeah. Is everybody using aircraft aluminum these days? It's a great keyboard. I mean, you know, the keyboard is probably the second toughest thing that I've got sitting on, you know, as a part of this desk, except for the crosswind rudder pedals. So the crosswind rudder pedals and the keyboard are just amazing. So let's see, 34,000 feet. But yeah, this is just perfect. Wonderful little world, great little airplanes, incredibly cool friends. And fuel is holding out, 213 miles to top of descent. Was the aluminum, aircraft aluminum, a selling point, I guess? Sibby just said it looked really, really good. Something out of a dead rhinoceros. I should remember that, Senor Tomas, but I don't. Aluminum, not aluminum. Aluminium? That's a joke from a movie, right? We're landing at 23:53 Zulu. So 50 minutes. Up the Pacific coast we go. So there's Redding, California, not to be confused with Reading, UK, where Keela came from. Polyot is getting a new pair of crosswinds sent to you. After 15 years, they're starting to die. I reached out and he said that as I have one of the very first sets that were sent to demo the product, he would send you one of the newer versions. Really? Speedbird, the ATR worked just fine. I don't know what I did to fix it. I fixed it. It works, you know, and that's great. So it's working really good. So that's right. Yeah, Polyot was one of the very first people to get the crosswind rudder pedals. And they're really incredible. That's right. You're going to be set until 2040 because these things last forever. You know, if you treat them, you know, really, really gently, like, so your crosswind serial number is number 6. Wow. Number 6. That's like the first 10 that ever went out. And these are just great. Well, the ATR was unflyable for me for the longest time. I could not make the ATR work at all, Speedbird. I couldn't get it to go into hotel mode, and if I tried to then, you know, start the engines without hotel mode with ground power, I couldn't get it to start. Worked like a charm. So Polyot says that there were fixes that went down, that came down with Sim Update 4. I don't think that I've flown it since Sim Update 4, so maybe that's what it was Sim Update 4 got updated, and maybe that's it. Polyot, oh, Matt got 10 of them, you got 1, a few of other members of the team, and the rest were viewers. Really? So that was back in the Matt Davis days and Project Fly. Okay. Well, let's see. Earlier today, I was watching Arch NDA, and Arch NDA was talking about Satco. So, you know, if you remember Satco and Matt Davis and stuff like that, apparently, you know, you're gonna if you're gonna start feeling like the senior citizens poster child, you know, it's starting to get that way. It's becoming a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I'm not kidding. Got to figure out what we want to do, if there's anything entertaining for tomorrow. We've got, obviously, it's Frankfurt Friday. We're about ready to get beeped by Seattle Center. So before we get beeped, let's look at the VAT map. Will you ever find out what Randy did? Will we? Oh my gosh. Yeah, apparently in the old days of Satco, that's the precursor to VATSIM, there were some people that, you know, well, what do they say in Smiley's People? Okay, the head of the circus at the time was Saul Enderby, and Saul Enderby, money's a different matter. Just tell me what you need. I'll pull a Carla and fiddle the accounts. Oh, ZLA controller. I know. Let's see. You can't fly Frankfurt Friday. You have a late shift. I don't know, Captain Chris. You're kind of looking a little pale to me. You may have to call in sick tomorrow. I just gave you an excuse. Okay, Saturday voyage. Let's see. Later. Aruba. Option to the north. That's Canada. Lviv. Beirut, Sofia, Mediterranean corridor. That's ends at 1900 Zulu. Hail Mary in the Bay, Amsterdam. I don't see it. Maybe they're to a point right now where they've gone back to just not listing it and it's every day. Let's see. Ankara's got an exam. Lviv. All of these are a little far away for Saturday. So, oh, wait a minute. That's Saturday. Friday. Frankfurt Friday. Excuse me. Just whacked me over the head. Yeah, there's Frankfurt Friday. Paris by night. Bucharest, Crop Apocalypse nights. Acropolis nights. Satco was made, and then the European side of Satco got into an argument with Randy. They split off to make IVAO. Then we had two networks, and a few years later VATSIM was made. VATSIM didn't do too well, but then Satco folded into VATSIM, and that's how we got where we are today. Yeah. Like I said, everybody kind of woke up a little bit tired today, so now I'm probably going to start using the wrong words. External motion, Cabaret, I'm using a thing called Chase Plane. Chase Plane is what I've been using here. This is what Chase Plane looks like. It's from a company called Parallel 42. And if you're looking for really good looking cinematics and stuff like that, and setting up many multiple views, it really is worth the money. I'm super happy with Chase Plane. That's right, it was called Satco. S-A-T-C-O. Satco is what it was. Okay, so let's see. We could do a cargo flight or something. Maybe what we'll do is, how about for Frankfurt Friday, everybody decide, you decide where you want to depart from, okay? And after that, after you decide, we'll all meet in Frankfurt. That way you can go every place. Flight Sim lore does go deep. Yeah, Flight Sim 9, that's just when I was coming in ADF Designs. Flight Sim 9 was just morphing into, it was X-Plane 9. X-Plane 9 was morphing into X-Plane 10, which is when I got back into this. Before that, it was a lot longer ago that I was into Satco. Satco was unique too. All the servers were hosted by different volunteers. AvSim was one of the largest donors of servers, and that's how AvSim got popular. And how it became the funeral. Yeah, it really, I mean, I used to be all over AvSim, and now I haven't been there in years. I remember text only. Do you remember also on Satco, because it was all text only, somebody came up with this groovy little application that you could download, and you could have these little buttons that would text out canned responses. So you could text out a Roger, Roger climbing down. I think he had like 10 little buttons where you could have 10 canned responses so you could get back to the Satco controller really fast. I think you're right. It probably is the same guys, the same people that are, about stuff.
Subscriber confirmed.
Chris, it just kind of happened that way. ADF Designs just became a subscriber. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a subscriber and helping me to keep the lights on here. That was super nice of you. I appreciate the extra support. But yeah, it has a, flight simulator networks have a pretty big history. I remember I was on the old Satco in the late 90s. I was doing stuff in the late 90s. Then I got bit by the sailing bug and kind of got rid of everything except for a laptop. And enjoyed that for about 10 years. And this is good. 124 miles to top of descent. We do have an ADA sub. Still uses, oh my gosh, radar contact. That's old too. Portland ATIS, information November is up 120 at 14, 10 miles visibility. Clouds here and there, 3009. RNAV Yankee 10 left, simultaneous ILS approaches in use. ILS 10 left, I'm expecting the right side. They're saying runway 10 left. I'm hoping for the right side because that's where cargo is. I haven't been beeped from Seattle Center, 135450. Man, I can't even tune a radio. This is bad. 135450.
Change of route.
I should have been beeped a long time ago.
2142, frequency change route. Have a great flight.
See you, have a great night, 2142.
And Southwest 147, departures offline. Have a good flight.
Yeah.
National Aircraft, Seattle Center, sound closed.
That would be why it is that we're not getting beeped. That's why we didn't get beeped. Okay, so 122.8. We need to do, there is Portland ground, but there's no towers. So CTAF KPDX Portland. CTAF for Portland is coming up in chat. Hi, Drama. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in today. 123775. Oh, did I not get the 775? Oops, I only got the 123. 123775. Okay. Yep, I guess I didn't get the whole thing. There we go. Thank you, Polyat. All right, so all that looks really good. Coming in on the arrival. We don't need the Oakland stuff, so there goes Oakland. Done, clear, and on the Timbers arrival, we want to be 5,000 feet at Pub. I like the last two. Brew Pub are our last two waypoints. Brew Pub, that would be so cool. I hear the pubs, the microbrews and stuff like that around Portland are pretty amazing. Okay, so we'll dial in 5,000 feet. We'll clear ourselves on the descent. I'm just going to go ahead and set up the ILS for 10 right. And minimums are 224 feet. So Barrow and 224. All right, minimums are set, and that looks good. Altimeter, once we get there, is 3009. And that looks good too. All set for our descent, which is supposed to start in 10 minutes or 81 miles. I am a bad pilot. I did not uncage my backup artificial horizon. There we go. Looks good. Wings are still attached. We've still got an engine attached too. That's really nice to have. So tomorrow, when it's time, take a look around VATSIM and see where you want to depart from. Look for an airport that is about an hour or so away from Frankfurt and go with that. So just choose your own departure. I'll probably do something like Geneva, maybe EGNT. Well, EGNT is mostly a cargo airport, so that would be good to take the MD-11 and do a lifty cargo flight. This airplane is actually, I've taken the MD-11 into Frankfurt Friday before. It's good. There is Paris by night. So the thing is doing something like Paris by night, that means you're going to spend a lot of time sitting on the ground waiting for clearance. That's the only reason why I'm not just going straight for Paris by night. I kind of feel like we're all a little bit tired of, we don't hate it, it's not a bad thing. I think we're getting a little tired of, a double VATSIM event where we're going to get on the ground, there's 20 other people trying to get a clearance out so that we can get into another airport where we're going to hold for 20 minutes plus. I like that, that's fun, that's good practice, but I kind of feel like we want to try a few other things. So that's why I didn't go for Paris by night. November 3/21, I'm on the Timbers 3 arrival. Timbers 3. We are in profile mode, profile down to 5,000 feet. It's still, we'll still go for the really nice, some of the bigger events and, cross the ditch and cross the land. And, there'll be some days that, we'll be right in the middle of everything. But most of the time, just a little bit of a break from that. At least that's some of the feedback that I'm getting from people that are just, you know, exhausted by the world. We've had really great ATC, but exhausted by that too, and just need a little bit more chill out flying, perhaps. More beach shirts, less, you know, crazy. November 321, it's Aaron, and you have a fix in the sky that named Aaron. See, that's pretty cool. We found one for Sibi. I think it's over in Asia. Yeah, Speedbird. I think, you know, like, I don't know, maybe every other week or every 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that, we'll just jump right into a big fat sim event or something like that. But a little more chill out, you know, some flying with the ATR.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
You know,
stay sharp.
Find a couple other beer run kinds of things that we can do. Cross the Pond is going to be sometime in the spring of this year, 2026. I don't know that there's an exact date. You know, maybe April, May, something like that. I'm not sure. And they're still sorting out what it is that they're going to do. You know, if it turns out that there's a lottery that is harder to get into, you know. There's so many pilots that it's not realistic. Yeah, when it starts to get so incredibly jammed up. And plus, you know, the idea of sitting on the ground, you know, there's 10 other people that's trying to get a, you know, clearance to push and start. Landy, yeah, we could also start doing some VOR to VOR GA types of flights. Might be a little bit more. Just because, you know, I think we're all kind of really tired. Little bit, you know, mentally and emotionally beat. Sorry, no other word for it. Mentally and emotionally beat to shit right now. And just could use some chill out fun time with friends. Modding Unlimited, beer cheers and welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Senor Tomas wants to do some flights in the cute little Fokker, right? I am never sending the fella 747 on Cross the Pond again. I had to do a YouTube on holds. Oh my gosh. So ADF Design, you know who did that? Mustafa took the Fellas on Cross the Pond, and apparently it worked. And I think used the SIVA for navigation. I think, yeah, that's hard. That's hard. Yeah, I know. Take in the scenery a bit. That's right. We can still fly in the area of an event, make top-down use of ATC without actually going into the airports. We'll still, you know, we'll still do Frankfurt. We'll still do vectors, Friday night ops, things like that. Just make it a little easier on us, maybe. Oh, Senor Tomas, yes, I'm sure that there's people that have done that on the big events. Okay, now how do I do a hold of this airplane? Better watch a YouTube video. Buckeye says to hydrate. Yep, we need to. Amargosa, not quite there, but we're getting close. And then in another, I don't know, 3 to 6 months, there's going to be a spy game that comes out that we're going to try. And we're going to see how that works. VATSIM needs to scale back the events a bit. Polyot, yeah. Rather than so many events, they should encourage staffing at more airports generally outside of events and encourage spreading out the traffic, yes. With it in a way, yes. I think that that's going to be it. It's not the 007 game, Senor Tomas. The 007 game's coming out. This is more of a strategy kind of a thing. And as we get closer, I'll make sure you know what it is. I don't remember the name and stuff. But as we get closer, you know, it won't be some last minute thing. But Paulette, yeah. Scale back the big monster events to go with more regionals, I think is a really great idea. Shotless is back from the dentist. I will avoid drilling jokes. Well, yeah, I think if they start doing some smaller types of events, but make them slotted departure times, where there isn't this mad dash to the clearance and mad dash of everybody talking on each other, trying to get a clearance to push and start, that kind of deal. Frankfurt, Copenhagen, Atlanta, Chicago, Orlando. It's starting to feel like a job to Polyot, yeah. In a way, I think it kind of is a little bit. Over on IVAO, they have RFE with some real flight slots. I have real flight events, right? So you get 2 or 3 airports and you book a real slotted event. 1 mile, top of descent. Almost time to start our descent here. Not one cavity for Shotless. Congratulations. And down we go. Senor Tomas likes the Class Charlie. Little speed brake. Dulles SXM Charlotte needs some love. And our descent's pretty good. ADF is biased because of Dulles. She used to work as a ramp supervisor there. Of all the places that I've ever been and I've had airport food, ADF, the best one that I ever remember was one of those really big burgers with steak fries at the TGI Fridays at Dulles. I don't know what it was. I was also tired and starving, really hungry that day after a very long drudgery flight in from Denver. And I had like a 3-hour layover till I got a little putt-putt down to the Roanoke-Lynchburg area. And I was starving, just went in there, got a burger, one of their, gourmet burger things with several kinds of cheese and I think guacamole and big steak fries. And that was just like the best I ever had. So that's the fondest memory of Dulles. I would like to see, staff things other than just events. Staff some regional areas and build up an area where you can basically count on airports being staffed and create your own event. Create your own event. It was really good. I think it also had chili. It didn't have guacamole, it had chili. So it was a TGI Fridays burger, chili, steak fries, and again, that was the best meal I ever had at an airport. So good. But yeah, just like that, instead of an event, just have airports, and it's create your own event. That would be awesome. You lived in the Alpha Bravo concourse because they had all the good food. Then the C and D's where you were based. Yeah, well, the Alpha Bravo concourse was where the better food was. I think for a while there was a Fridays out on the D concourse or something like that. I went all the way to the main terminal where there was the other Fridays, and that's where I had dinner that night. It was so good. Yes, if they just said, look, you know what, guys, we're done with these monster big events. We're going to eventually see organic staffing, organic growth, and instead of everybody jamming into 1 or 2 airports, you're going to get a lot better experience, I think. Sky Surfer Gaz, I remember your name. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. We are flying a big old MD-11 cargo flying into Portland. Welcome back in. I hope you've been busy with good stuff. But no, organic growth and just, it's the weekends. We're going to just have Germany and France and Austria and Switzerland and the UK are going to be lit up. I know, I love the Tri-Jets. Hi, Jade Marco. Welcome, welcome. You had a habit of sleeping in the cargo bins, waiting on bags. In your personal opinion, the 757s were the best cargo bins. Yay. I would be afraid, though, if I was really tired and I fell into a deep sleep, wake up, in the bottom of an airplane or in Orlando with a bunch of people looking at me like, what are you doing here? So, Jade Marco, welcome aboard. You can, the ATC stuff that you're hearing us yammering about, that's something called VATSIM, Jade. And what we're on is we're on a global network here. And I'm going to zoom this map out here so that you can see there's the United States at the moment. There's not a lot of ATC today. And Jade, Polly, just put a link in for you. The bottom link is this map, and you can go and look at it right now. VATSIM.net is the network we're on. Now, we don't have a lot of ATC right now. It's Thursday. But, there's a little ATC here in Canada, the shaded areas that you see. Looks like we got a bunch of ATC out in Hawaii right now, like there's something going on there. Usually earlier in the spy flight, we start at 1800 Zulu, which is 1 o'clock New York time and 6 p.m. Eastern
Subscriber
time.
confirmed.
All
Top
of Europe is
clearance
lit up
granted,
with
agent.
ATC too.
Royalty noted.
So that's kind of what VATSIM is. I'm on VATSIM as a flight simulator pilot, but you can also go onto VATSIM as a controller with different software, different applications. Skysurfer's been all over the place. Really? Job market in New Zealand is a joke? Really? You were a ramp agent for 2 months left because of health? Management has been a real nasty thing. But Skysurfer, I think that the job world has just become ridiculous. And Ricky Pro just did a resub. Ricky Pro, according to my advanced mathematical skills, you've been here for a whole year, 12 months. Thank you for a 12-month resub. Super duper nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for the support. Jade, you hear people talking with ATC. Yeah, those are real people. Now, there's a couple of applications that you can get that are AI ATC. We're on the network where there's real people. If there was somebody that was signed on to be doing ATC, we would be talking about them. We would be talking to them right now. They've signed off. There's other stuff going on, so that's what's going on. A ramp air agent, Speedbird. I heard that story too, I think. All right. Slowing it down just a little bit. So we're going to be able to throw out slats in a minute. Our descent, we're a little high on the descent right now. I haven't been paying attention. And leading edge slats going out. And speed brakes back down. And we're caught up on the descent, so we're good. Yeah. And maybe, now's the time to, consider throwing out, maybe they do things a little differently at IVAO, and maybe we'll go over there where there's just a blanket area that's on. ADF Design says the Caribbean is dead on VATSIM at times. It can be unless there's an event. Skysurfer was badly fatigued. Someone who's not a very early morning person starting 3-hour shifts at 3 a.m. for multiple days. No, it isn't fun. I was told, the roundabout way. Skysurfer gas, that was the way it was for me in broadcasting and stuff. You knew what you were signing in on for, but it was kind of rough. Those hours were bad. And our descent looks really good. Our descent's great. Takeoff and approach, VAP for flaps 35, 164. Let's call it 168. But yeah, I really think that more organic, less big monster events is a great way to go. A lot of people are asking about Pilot Edge. There's a lot of interest in VFR flights with realistic Pilot Edge ATC. Wilds is back. Hi Wilds, welcome aboard. ADF, you used to work 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. 1300 to 2230. Yeah, shifts are so awkward in so many businesses now. So Pilot Edge and doing VFR things never occurred to me. And speeds are good. Portland ground is 121.9. I think that Stafford and they will come. Yeah. Like if I saw that it was airports that we don't usually fly to and I knew that it was going to be up, you know, during the times of the spy flight, I would go for those kinds of things for sure. Here's the thing during sign up. Basically you got what was available and then grab the available, toss them in the air. Oh man, yeah, there's no time for recovery. You've got to be able to recover. I mean, them just running you had to have really been hard. Okay, our descent, we're right on the profile. That looks really good. Everything's good up here. Landing lights. Velitic, did I say that right? You usually lurk if you had a ton of Microsoft time and went to learn to fly for real. So if you've got a bunch of time in Microsoft Flight Simulator and some time on VATSIM, and you're like, you know, flying in Frankfurt Friday, vectors to Copenhagen, if you can get on VATSIM and fly like you know what you're doing, you're going to learn practical things that you can take and put toward a real flight. Now that means that you can't take simulator time like we're doing here and put it in your official logbook as real world sim time. But you're still learning about weather, you're learning about flying, you're learning about ATC and airspace, and all of that is stuff that you will eventually transfer into the real world if that's what you want. And it's been shown time and time again by people that flight simming really helps your performance in the real world. If you're new, you're learning new things, and if you're an old hand, it's how you stay frosty and proficient. Hey Wolfies, welcome in. Thanks for bringing some pizza and beer. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. It's time to start slowing it down a little bit. Helps your performance in the real world. That is a marketing for a special pill. All right, I'm going to suppress the urge to turn that into a really bad joke, which I could do very easily, but I'm trying not to dick with that anymore. Missed the drums. Yeah, Velitic. Yeah, it will help your real world. And looking good. Flaps 15. Flaps are 15. No, what I found hard was being able to hit the drums button. Jeez. All right, everything's looking good there. All right, let's do a little bit of our own ATC here. So coming on into Portland, we got somebody on the ground, we're coming in, they just signed off, so it's just us. Let's go ahead and do our thing and act like we know what we're doing. You're not going to insert yourself into the conversation. I found that hard. Yes, it's the fever that's talking, absolutely. It's the fever that's talking. Portland traffic, FedEx 441's big old MD-11 about to turn on the downwind for the ILS runway 10 right, Portland. After landing, 10 right, we're going to try and exit Charlie 6. It'll be Charlie Echo to the south ramp, which is FedEx land. Sky Surfer, so 2024, just like in Microsoft Flight Simulator, we've got satellite photography for scenery. This is better quality satellite photography. The scenery is better. Obviously the performance is better. Plus the other big thing is they were able to go and start doing some things in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 that they couldn't do in 2020. So they were rewriting some code that they just could not fix in 2020. So we got that little update there. Wolfie, we've been going and going and going. I think we're going to probably call it a day after this one, and we're all basically going to figure out where, take off from our own airport tomorrow, and we're meeting in Frankfurt for Frankfurt Friday. I'm very probably going to do East Midlands so I can do a cargo flight in the MD-11. So that'll probably be what I do, but not everybody has to go there. They can do other things. East Midlands. MID. East Midlands. EGNT. You're going to take Friday off. Are you going to do Frankfurt Friday? I too cry. For me, it's going to be East Midlands to Frankfurt. 2020 was meant to only be a sim for 10 years. 2024 never meant to be a thing. They received so much feedback from developers and players for things that they couldn't do in 2020 that they decided to make a new sim. All right, this looks really good. So, heading hold, descend and maintain 4,000. About 1,000 feet per minute should do it. Got glide slope and localizer all set up. Our next speed is going to be 180. I Too Cry was born in Frankfurt. Oh, I'm real sorry that you're not able to do that. You can still fly with us and stuff, but I'm sorry that you can't do the event with us. Eventually, maybe, you'll be able to figure that out soon. Look for a PC or something along those lines.
Stabilizer mode
167. Okay, that looks good. Portland traffic, FedEx 441 now turning finals for the ILS runway 10 right, Portland. The crazy man from Ireland is in chat. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming by today. How about wheels? I too cried. The multiplayer, yeah, the multiplayer, sir. It's called multiplayer. It's called multiplayer. And you should be able to use multiplayer, I believe, in on the place. Oh, Polyat knows for sure. I don't. Okay, landing is armed. Everything looks good there. Okay, landing lights are good. Nobody else, it's just me. So we'll clear ourselves to land. How about another 10 degrees to the right? Crazy man from Ireland says it is 11:40 at night. I hope you had a good day today and happy flying. Almost time to snag that. We should be snagging the localizer. Here comes the localizer. And that looks really good. We set the heading bug straight up. And speeds to land, 167. I'm going to preset 167 in here. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes are set, right? Auto brakes are not set. Medium. Speed brakes are not set. Armed. Boy, it's a good thing I decided to look instead of just yapping it out like that. That could have been a little tragic. Okay, there's the river by Portland. There's the little island. The airport should be just beyond the island. And we'll go right over a really cool marina that's near the airport. Bring in the map a last click for a 5-mile ring around the airport, because I usually do 180 knots until 5 miles DME. Here comes the glide slope. And here we are snagging the glide slope. Probably not many alligators in Portland. My guess is the water's a little bit too chilly for gators. Got the airport. Ali K is back in chat. Welcome back, Ali K. Yes, it does have that third wheel in there. There's actually a button that you can press, Polyut, that actually, I think it's this one over here. Center gear, normal and up. So before you put it down, I think you press that button and that gear will stay up. Alikay had a really good, busy holiday. $11-mile finals. Autopilot off. You have to be less than 200 tons when landing to have that center gear up. It's about 8-mile finals now. Portland traffic, FedEx 441, now 8-mile finals for runway 10 right, landing Portland. Got a little bit of a breeze that's blowing us off, but we can correct pretty easily. Now we'll be mostly visual at this point since we can clearly see our runway. And I'll just glance down every now and then at the glide slope indicator, which is a lot easier to see. Andre, thank you. Looks like a great day for flying into Portland. And landing speed. Set. Flaps 30.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
I was lined up on a wrong
500.
On the wrong thing.
Approaching minimum.
There's the little marina
400.
right at the end of the airport.
Minimum.
Back when I lived on a boat, that'd be great.
300. 200.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
100.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
50, 40,
Glide
30,
slope.
20,
Glide slope.
10.
Glide slope.
You don't actually hear the rush of the reversers outside the plane. Reversers off. Auto brakes off. Here's Charlie 6. Portland ground FedEx 441 Heavy is exiting runway 10 right at Charlie 6. Parking is at Southside Cargo tonight.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Portland ground. Welcome to Portland. You can taxi to South Ramp via Charlie Echo.
Charlie and Echo for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thanks. If you're new to VATSIM and you're kind of like, oh my gosh, I'm scared.
Alaska 269,
I'm scared
no
to
further
do
ATC
stuff.
Services available. Monitor
You know,
123.77.
right now there's just ground.
123.77 for CTAF, Alaska 269. Good evening.
There's just one person on ground here, and that Alaska and me. This is a great place for you to file a flight plan, say from here over to Boise, Idaho. Okay, there's no ATC, but this is a perfect place to start, because what you're going to get is you're going to get a ground controller here. So there's ground control. There'll be an ATIS, but then after that it's CTAF, and you can fly your airplane and do some learning. So these are the kinds of places to look for on the VATSIM map. So over here on VATSIM, you kind of look around and say, okay, there's ground at Portland, nothing at Bozeman, nothing at Boise. You know, those are two really great places to go. And that's, if you're new, it's the perfect thing. It's the perfect thing to try. So again, if you're new, these are the kinds of places to search out. While the rest of us are jamming our airplanes into, you know, Frankfurt and Copenhagen and stuff like that, learning at a place like this is perfect. Set up audio so that when I hit push to talk, it ducks the audio. Okay. I mean, all right. So right now when I'm yapping away on, because right now in my ears, I can barely hear any of the music, but my guess is you're hearing it a lot louder. So maybe I need to turn it down for you too. Can't turn it down much more. But I see what you're saying, and I'll try and figure out something on that. Which ATR was I using? I was using the Asobo ATR, Andra. Just the Asobo. Yeah, Major Tom. There's a couple of websites that they post their... They don't post their schedules. It's just for events. But I think a schedules place would be absolutely outstanding. I think schedules would be really good. Martel is going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. As always, thank you for coming in here. Danny VDW is going to call it a night too. Good night, Danny. We will see you a little bit later. Billy Meld. Be the doctor. Did I say that right? Welcome in, Billy. You were the Alaska that just departed, right? Where are you going today, Billy?
Portland ground is now closed. All aircraft monitor Portland CTAF 123.77. Good evening.
And very nice ATC. So this is really nice. I had to save that one too. Billy is going to LAX where there is tower controller at Los Angeles. Happy landings in LA. Oh, you also do tower there too? So you probably hang out with Arch NBA. FedEx is down here. Drumma tried to, sorry the link didn't work, Drumma. Thanks for trying. ATC bookings, vatsim.net. Oops, way too fast. Major Tom says, so long, Xbox. And there is the FedEx ramp over there. Drumma says it is very peaceful at flight level 400. Billy, we're going to call it a day here at Spy HQ. But our first flight tomorrow for me is going to be East Midlands to Frankfurt on a Friday in a very, very big airplane like this one. George is going to call it a night. Good night, George. Thank you for being here. Have a really great evening. We'll see you next time. I Too Cry, you going to call it a night too? Thank you for being here. Time for a spot of something to eat, and we'll hop into the sim cockpits tomorrow. Billy, thank you for coming in today. I hope you've got a really have a really nice flight up to down to LA. Should be a good time. And parking brakes on. Engine number 1 and engine number 3 off. Taxi light should have gone off as well. Come over here. Go to services. Wheel chocks. Ground power. Come on up here. Ground power on. Engine number 2 off. Come down here. Altitude reporting off. Transponder off. Beacon off. Let's see if GSX will deboard us. Request deboarding. And here's all of our deboarding. Oh, and a nice little tree to frame up our airplane. Senor Tomas, thank you for being here. Billy, thank you for checking in and saying hi. I hope you have a nice flight down. It was a nice flight up today. We came up from Oakland. We had a nice flight from Oakland, and it really was pretty pleasant. So that one was a good time. So let's see. Tomorrow, Frankfurt. We'll probably also do another ATR flight after we do Frankfurt Friday. So maybe Silver Airways into something, over in the Caribbean. Some nice warm place like that. But I certainly want to thank you for being here and coming on in and flying with me today. Some really nice gift subs, and I'm super duper grateful for the really nice support. Thank you for helping me to keep all my lights on. If you're on Twitch, we'll say goodnight right now, and we'll see you tomorrow. If you're with me over on, if you're on YouTube, we'll say goodnight right now. If you're over on Twitch, we're going to go and see who we could raid. Let's see. There is a guy called Forder Learn to Fly. We haven't been there in a long time. Well, actually, Melvin Leroy. I think Melvin is doing something in a 747. Melvin never flies a 747. Well, wait a minute. No. SR-22. I think Melvin is just getting going, but is gonna do some sort of a cargo flight into Varna. Why don't we go and say hi to Melvin? And I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a really good day. Wolfie, thank you for coming by. I'm sorry that work is interfering with so many of your flights with us, but I'm just grateful to see you. Thank you for coming in, saying hello. Sky Surfer, welcome back to you. Thank you for coming back and saying hello as well. Captain Chris, we will watch out for alligators as we always do. And thank you for coming in. I hope that you are doing well, that you had a really great weekend, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, okay, Melvin's just getting cranked up here, so be sure and say hi to Melvin, and I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies. Good night.